join it. It was kind of cutesy. I was like, oh, we got to do more of those, maybe just like little casual TikTok lives, you know. Today we're playing Fortnite, but I have some plans for the rest of the week. I wanna like run by y'all. Well, not run by y'all, but tell y'all. Well, what I have. I think we're gonna play Tomodachi Life tomorrow. I think I'm gonna buy the game, but today I want your guys' thoughts and opinions on who we should make in Tomodachi Life for tomorrow. We're gonna start it out tomorrow, but I want to like build a plan with you guys for some fun people to add. Dr. Ravi, I was Tonka Jahari. Oh, wait, we need to do Tonka. Wait, I got to write these down or I'm going to forget. I was going to write them down. Okay, Mr. Shu. I think the Glee cast is so funny. Mr. Shu, Rachel. I wrote a whole thing. Tonka Jahari is amazing, of course. Wendy, of course, you know. Jennifer Coolidge. Koi J did do Jennifer Coolidge. It was so funny. It was so funny. I also thought about doing, I don't know, this game. Okay, so for those who don't know what the game is that we're talking about, it's called Tomodachi Life. It's basically The Sims meets Animal Crossing, I guess. We have not had this one in forever. Girl. That's so funny. Tila, thank you for the 250 biddies. Kamala would be super funny too. Yeah, I think we gotta go like crazy, like totally out there. We have not had that Trisha. Wait, we need to add Trisha, of course, clearly, now that that's popped up. Again, we're gonna come up with more ideas, but tomorrow starts the little Tomodachi Life journey. For those who don't know the game, it is like the most. I've watched so many videos now. First I was like, this game does not look like for me, but it is the most chaotic game I think I've ever seen. We're not playing it today. We're playing it tomorrow. But I haven't bought it yet. I need to like get it set up on my Switch and stuff. Yes, I can, Emma. Give me a second. We'll get it started. But I think it'll be a lot of fun. I really think you love it. Yeah, I think I'll like it too. The clips are so funny. It's like if you know like me characters, no, like relationship craziness and no filter. So like me characters, so you can make a bunch. Swithin, thank you for this sub as well. Wait, we had some other subs. Let me thank them real quick. Hold on. Oh my god. Mia, thank you for the resub, by the way. And Kels too. I have a Switch OLED. No, Charber, you can get it on OLED. It's not a Switch 2 exclusive. You can get it. Charber, you can get Tomodachi Life on regular Switch. It's not a Twitch 2 exclusive. What? I know. Groundbreaking. You can buy it right now, babes. Adele Dazeem, actually. We need to do Adele Dazeem. Oh my god, for real. Wait, what? Yes. If you have a Switch One, you can get the game. We're good. This Zootopia portion coming. That's so funny. Chonky, thank you for the sub. Guys, we started a hype train. Oh, hello. All aboard. Green LA, I did. We'll talk about that here in a sec. Trixie, Snoop Dogg. Oh my god. Martha Stewart and Snoop. I knew you guys would get me. Girl, not Thomas. Snoop and Martha would be so funny. Oh my god. So yeah, but basically it's you can create, it's kind of like Sims in that you can create your own character and you can have them do crazy things and it's like a life sim, but I guess it's way more like unhinged. Hacks, thank you for the 200 biddies. Like it's way more unhinged. Like you can draw stuff in it. There's no filters. Like literally, thank you, T-Lin. I appreciate it. Like literally it's like it's a crazy game. I have not bought or played it. I've watched a ton of my friends' content playing it, like Koi J and all those folks. I was like lurking in their streams. So I haven't bought it yet. But I wanted to wait until I bought it and played it like for at least for like 20 minutes to get the vibe of the game before I did it on stream. So I'm buying it today. I shouldn't get time this morning, so I'm buying it today after stream. So today we're doing Fortnite, but tomorrow is going to be Tomodachi Life. So get very excited about that. It's on a Nintendo Switch, but all Switches. Get very excited about that, girlies. I'm very excited about it. So that's going to be fun. So planning that out. What else do we have on the docket? My God, yesterday I did some. Wait, how do you say it? I thought it was Tomogachi. No, Tomogachi is like the little pets you used to carry around. It's Tomodachi, so it's with a D, not a G. Tomogachi is a different thing. Do you have drops over? I do have drops on. I don't know if they're they should be on, but I don't know if they're on for every streamer, Emma, or if there's like specific streamers that get the drops. But I do have drops on, so if I'm eligible to give them to you guys, you should get the drops. I just don't know if it's like set for specific people's streams. Fortnite does sometimes a lot of things where they have like Happy Happy Gal, for example, had one drop very specifically. Well, that gets drops. So on Twitch, when you watch a live stream, you can and I'm playing a specific game, whether it's like Marvel Rivals, Fortnite, whatever. Once in a while, the game will have free stuff that they will give you for watching a live creator who is live at the time playing the game. So like Marvel Rivals is the biggest one because they do it all the time, and they do like skins for different characters. So like right now I think it's like a Wanda skin in Marvel Rivals, and you have to connect your accounts obviously, but then once you connect your account you get a notification saying you earned this drop for watching Zesty Bestie stream. And then on for Fortnite, I think it's like a lot of times like sprays or back blings or different things like that. Yeah, so I didn't get a sponsored segment for Save the World, so I won't have drops. Yeah, I wasn't sponsored, unfortunately. One day, maybe. No, there are not, Madison, at least for Zero Build. I never realized until now it wasn't Tamagotchi. Yes, it's a totally different game. It's a totally different game. I did that with Minecraft recently with you. Got a cool hat. Yes, Minecraft is a big one that does it very often as well. Guys, we got about 1:30 left. Oh, we're almost to the next level of the hype train, by the way. One sub or 150 bits will take us there. Oh my god, I'm sending you so much love. Hell yeah, I am. I've been good. I woke up this morning so early. I worked out this morning, so I was like, okay, maybe I'm hot shit. I did a whole not elliptical. What's the bicycle called? What is it? It's not an elliptical. The elliptical's running, right? Or is it an elliptical? What is the stationary bike called? I don't know what those are called. Isn't there a name for them? Am I crazy? Peloton. Yeah, it's like the stationary bike, but there's like I thought there was like a name for it. Maybe I'm just thinking that there is. Do new workouts healthy? No. So I did like a whole, and then I did a whole like ab workout, which was nice. So I did that. I picked up my groceries this morning. So I ordered groceries after stream last night, but they weren't going to be ready for pickup until today. So I picked up my groceries this morning. I was trying to set up lighting for back here for some things. What else did I do? I did a whole bunch of stuff this morning. It's called a bike. I know it's a bike, but like not non-state, whatever. Diego, thank you for the follow, by the way. We got 20 seconds left on the hype train to the next level, y'all. But either way, thank you guys so much. Yeah, so I had a productive morning. And just like thinking about content, new things. Hoping that our Pokemon content continues to. I really was proud of that vlog. I wish it did a little better, but it's okay because I edited it myself. But we'll get there one day. I was really proud of it, but I'm hoping one day they'll continue to pick up more traction. And people will love my stuff that isn't Fortnite. T-Lin, thank you for the 200 biddies. I appreciate it. The vlog was great. I enjoyed it. I'm glad, Madison. Thank you. We just missed it, unfortunately. But thank you so much. Thank you for the hype train. That's okay, T-Lin. That's because it's a really cool video. But thank you. Yes, yeah. One day we'll hit the audience that is not Fortnite audience to be able to. I've been thinking about making a separate channel that's not for non-gaming stuff. Like I'm about this close to pulling the trigger on it. I think. Criddle, thank you for this up for 16 months. Oh my gosh. You guys, so slay. I'm like this close to pulling the trigger on it. I'm just like torn on it. You should immediate follow for me. Yeah. I know that people would do that. When is it's coming? It's on its way. I just actually talked to the artist this morning. No, not a Twitch channel. It would be like another TikTok, your Zesty Bestie 2 or something. You know what I mean? A lot of streamers do that where they just post do you still talk stuff? I do, yeah. The thing for me is like the benefit is that the community that is over there for my non-gaming content, because the reality is like if you go look at my content, Fortnite videos pop off, and then any other videos do not, that are like IRL vlogs, do not pop off at all. And so part of it is like moving it directly onto one specific channel. But my other thought process is I don't want to do that because I want it all to be on one channel and I want to make it a part of who I am. So I don't know. I'm like half torn on it. I'm thinking about it, you know. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided. A lot of folks have recommended a second channel that's like either Pokemon content specifically or just like, you know, my daily vlog type content that I've been trying to do a little more. Yeah, I know most of the girlies would follow. I feel like it's hard to see because people like Happy can do both and it works. Yes. Yeah. Happy's is a little, her stuff is very Fortnite vibe though. Her like Happy doesn't move outside of Fortnite really for the most part. For the most part, which is totally okay. But we're trying to do things a little bit. But if you keep pushing non-Fortnite content, I'll make sure to like it all. Thank you. It's actually the thing that hurts content the most is when people just don't watch it all the way through. So like for example, like I love y'all so much, but the average watch time on the video that I posted was 3 seconds long out of all the viewers that watched from our following. So like most people liked the video, left a comment, and just scrolled on. So it's actually the watch time that hurts the most. So if you're scrolling by and you're seeing a video that's non-Fortnite content, if you can take 45 seconds to watch it, that's the way to help the most. I watched it twice. Yeah, I know a lot of you baddies are. And it's not that at all. I don't think everyone who thinks Fortnite is the best game, definitely are better games out there to play. Oh yeah, Madison for sure. I watched the whole thing. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's just like I'm thinking like gaming stuff is on one channel and then doing like IRL non-gaming on another. That's like the stuff that I would like to, that's more whatever, you know. Hi Abby Renee, how are you? But I just haven't decided yet. I'm still thinking about it. The thing is, if I did that, then I'm like, well, what I post it on Instagram, what I posted on other things too, you know. Watch the whole thing and then like, yes, that does like, yeah. Does watching it in quick mode change? No, it doesn't. I'm doing good, Fox. How are you? Zesty Baddie. Yeah, I would do something that's like a quip on my username so it's easy to find. You know what I mean? And I would have it like tagged. I don't know. It's just something that's in the back of my brain that I'm thinking about. But we'll see. We'll have to see. Oh yes, from TikTok. I recognize your username. Best of the Zets. Yeah, exactly. We'll think about it. I like Best of the Zest, actually. That's kind of fun. I'm gonna write that down, Marshmallow. That's kind of fun. I like that. Happy Monday. It's good to see you because I'll forget that if I don't write it down. So anyways, I think we also definitely could find other besties too. Yeah, I think there's like a possibility for it. I'm not sure. We'll see. Or I just keep being like F around and find out. We're just gonna, even if it flops, we'll just keep pushing that content out and eventually it'll start to grow from there, you know. So we'll see. It's always a tough thing to navigate. Like what's the right vibe, the right step. Happy 420 those who celebrate. Yes. But in terms of polls, well, let me tell you guys a little bit about my weekend. For those who weren't in the live yesterday, I had a fabulous weekend. I went to the card show, obviously. And it was a blast. Had the best time. Got to meet some people who knew my stream, which was really, really fun. I felt like I was like, oh, hello. Okay, the coffee's kicking in, y'all. I gotta like take a break from sipping that coffee. Holy cow. I don't drink coffee anymore, but I was like, I need some today. But anyways, what was I saying? So it was a lot of fun. I had a blast. I ended up getting $1,000. If you watch the video, $1,000 in cards I walked out that I obtained, and $475 in cash is what I walked out of the card show with at the end of the day. So I spent no money, and made $475 plus $1,000 in cards that I traded. So pretty good day. However, I'm not regretting my choice. I sold a full binder. Like I sold a full binder to a guy. So basically I brought 2 binders with me. You guys know, like I have this binder that's like my special. Now this is the only binder I have except for my little one. But my blue one that had like all my vintage cards, that's the one that I sold every single card that was in there, including the binder. I'm now like, oh my God, I don't have any more vintage. Like I've literally basically sold every single card that is my childhood card, except for like maybe a stack of some left. So I'm like, oh no, I don't have any more vintage cards. I didn't realize that at the end of the day. I know, aren't those fun, Marshmallow? Hi, Kirby. So I was like, okay. But some of you guys are sending me your vintage cards, which is so slay. Some of you guys are sending me your like bulk. Like again, if there's one that's like a lot of money, I'll message you and be like, oh my God, girl, I'm sending this card back to you. But most people are like, yeah, let me send you my cards. So there are a few folks who are actually like sending me their collections, which I'm like, I love you for that. So slay. Um, so slay. I did have a great weekend. I did. So hopefully I can build up like my vintage stuff again a little bit. Isn't it funny that vintage is like 2007 and lower? Isn't that crazy? Hi, Lil Ducky. How are you? Vintage right now is like, yes, we had two folks send me two Zacharys. One Zachary sent me, oh my, I grabbed the wrong one, but the Spoopa, which is in the other room, but I have the Esper and now. I did vlog inside as well. Zizu, thank you. Hello, welcome in. And then the Clefairy, which is such a beautiful card. Zach sent me this as well. Claire Dot, thank you for the resub. Thank you so much. I'm crying. Vintage 2007. It is. It is. It is 2007. Isn't that crazy? Technically, I mean, it's not exactly vintage, but like obviously, like I have a lot of base set cards that are like 1998. 1998, 2007 are like the years that I'm like looking for in cards. So anyways, if you're one of my community members and you have cards and you're like, I don't want these, I don't really care, I just want to get rid of them, I'll even pay you for some of them. Send me a DM, baddie, and I'll pay for the shipping on them. Georgia, thank you for the sub for 15 months as well. Oh my God, you guys are fantastic. I visited my university the other day and there were students who were born in 2007. That's horrifying. That's literally scary. Clefairy's Queen. Yeah, I love it. So anyways, last night before I went to bed, I did organize most of my cards. Now, these don't have any of my vintage cards that I have, any of my vintage cards I have left, but these are now all of my, I kind of like color coordinated a little bit. All of my cards now that I have collected now. Each comma, I will literally, even if they're worth nothing, I will take them. As Hans, thank you for the resub too with Prime. Look at all these bad boys. So that's that's my full collection right now, which is crazy. They're Coco satisfying, yeah. I will literally take even if it's like 15 cards, I'll pay for the shipping. I'll get them out here. Because I'm trying to like build up my bulk vintage. I'm thinking about, guys, I kind of want to become a vendor. I know that's so crazy, but I'm like, I had so much fun at the card show. I was like, wouldn't it be funny if I did like a hobby where like every once in a while I did like a card show and sold cards and like, I don't know. I just thought that'd be so fun to do. Like a little side quest, nothing that like I would do full time, just like as like a cute little thing, like maybe, every, several months or something. Everybody was so sweet in the community. Like I was like, oh my God, wouldn't that be so fun? And what if I did I had like crochet Pokemon that I sold and then my card stuff out as well. So I thought that would be kind of like, I don't know, a fun little thing. Wouldn't that be kind of cute though? I don't know. I was thinking about it this morning in the shower. I was like, oh my God, that'd be so fun. My most expensive card, it's my Jolteon. It's in the other room. It's my Jolteon. Yeah, crazy. Is that stuff? I know. So anyways, I have to if I did that, I have to build my inventory. So all that to say, I know a lot of you guys were like, I'll send you my stuff. If you are interested in sending me your Pokemon cards, your old shit, just shoot me a DM, baddie. I will talk with you. I'll pay you for it. All those things. Just especially if you have older. I don't really need newer stuff, but like older stuff, I will older stuff. I mean by like 2007. So not like old 1990, but that type of old. So if you have tons of cards sitting upstairs in your attic that you're like, I don't really give a shit, I don't care, let me know. I love this card. Yeah, I think it'll be kind of fun. I don't know. I'll throw my little binders away. Yes, absolutely. And then at the same time, guys, if you send me something that is extremely valuable, I will send it back to you and be like, this is your card, because this is I don't you need to take this card and sell it. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm only I'll just take bulk cards to have, So if it's something that is of interest to you, because I know one of our mods, Katie, is sending me a bunch of cards, which I'm very excited about. What are you sipping on? I am having a little coffee today. So yeah, otherwise that was a really fun weekend. So did that. The show was huge. If you haven't watched the vlog or me going to the show, the video, make sure to check it out. Because I was really proud of it. I edited it all myself. So it was 45 minutes worth of footage that I edited down for a minute and 30-second video. Absolutely, Abby. Looks packed. It was packed. I didn't even get to talk to I didn't go to all the vendors. I didn't even see all the vendors there. Because it was from 11 or it was from 10 to 4 and I got there at 11. So, but yeah, I had 45 minutes worth of footage that I edited down yesterday for a minute and 30 seconds left. What was kind of cool is one of the guys that was in one of the guys that was in the video commented on the video, which I thought was kind of funny. Yes, if you don't, make sure to go on my profile and see it, repost it. Reposting and sharing helps a lot, and just watching the video, reposting helps a ton with video content. I commented, mwah, I love it. But yeah, one of the Pokemon trait like dealers who was there shot me was commented on it and was like, which I thought was kind of cool. So that was kind of neat. I know, Gracie, we got a lot of cards. So now I'm just trying to get more vintage, because now I basically have no older cards anymore. So that's what I'm hoping to get more, is more vintage cards. But I got a lot of cards, like tons. So I put them all away, obviously, in my binder now, but there is a whole thing. Musket cards, yeah, but like, I try to organize my pages by like color now, like they're all color coded slightly. Like this is a pinkish rainbowy page somewhat. Then I have like brighter colors on this one. Somebody are pre-2007. I'll take pre-2007. I want pre-2007. That is the type of stuff that I want. I want pre-2007. Like, that's what I'm looking for, is pre-2007, because I don't have any of them anymore, basically. That's what I got rid of. All of them. And that's what I want, is pre-2007. So cute. Yes. A little sushi looking ones. I know, they're so fun. So, anything pre-2007 is my jam. My jam right now. Otherwise, I also went to like a cool shop on Friday, did some like shopping with a family, which was kind of fun. I just had a nice little weekend. And then yesterday we did TikTok live of me just doing like an IRL vlog, and that was kind of cute too. I had fun doing that. So that was also a really cute thing. But I did sell my entire binder. I'm nervous that I sold the binder and there was a card in there that was super valuable that I didn't realize. But he seemed so honest to me when I met the vendor, that I was like, there's no way he was scamming me. I don't think he was, because he gave me like such a good offer on a card that I didn't sell him. That was like the highest offer I'd gotten all day for my big card that I have. Like almost 2 times the cost. What was the card? My Jolteon, my big Jolteon. He offered me 1,350, and everybody else I had talked to was offering me like 1,100, 1,000, 900, or they're being like, don't sell this, get this graded. But he looked through my old binder, and I will say most of them that were in there were probably not worth anything, or they were worth something to me, I guess. But like this was the last guy that I went to, so I had probably sold a third of what was in that binder originally. It was full, so it was 350 cards in that binder to start. It was probably a third. Maybe there were like 200 cards left in there. And he was like, I'll buy that full binder from you if you want it. He like looked through it. He's like, it would take me way too long to price out these cards. He's like, but I want every single card that's in here. Oh yeah. I mean, if I get it graded, which I am getting it graded, it could be if I get it correctly graded and it gets a higher score than I would like, it could go through the roof. Crazy. Chick Bub, thank you for the resub for 6 months. But he was like, I want that full binder from you. And I was like, okay, well, make me an offer. Because he was like, what would you want for the full binder? And I was like, at that point, I was like, girl, I don't even know what's left in the binder. Yeah, so Charper, you send it into a company and they basically grade it. So that on a scale of 1 to 10, based off of, there are like different factors, condition of the card, something called centering, which is not a thing you can control, but how a card is printed. Sometimes the print manufacturers don't center the card perfectly, so it's a little like askew slightly. Wear and tear, like bend, things like that. They grade that all. And all of those add up to like there's a 1 to 10 grade for it, 10 being the highest, and 8 and 9s being like near mint. Everybody I talked to said it could get like a 7, like a 6 or a 7. Shut up, 6 or a 7. And that makes the value, it takes it from being like $1,100 without getting it graded to like the most recent sales on that card. Let me look. I'll tell you exactly, for like a 6 or a 7 on it. By the way, oh my God, I've had 15 people unfollow me from my heated rivalry post, guys. By the way, I've had 15 people unfollow me today alone from that heated rivalry post that I posted today. Crazy. Oh, I know. I know. I was like, okay. I was like, oh, okay, clocked. Okay, clock T. I literally looked before stream. I was like, oh damn, people are not vibing with that one. Goodbye. Yeah, goodbye. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. But anyways, the card, let me look it up real quick. I'll tell you. Maybe you're looking through the wrong. Yeah, I said, girl, what lens am I supposed to look through? I'm a gay man looking at a gay show. Like, what other lens am I supposed to look through at this? You know? So the most recent sold listings, let's see. At a 7, it's worth, like, right now, there's a sale. The most recent sale was from the 9th, April 9th, for 1,800. And then there was one on the 8th for 2,100. And that was for a grade 7 on the card. So like anywhere from 1,800 to like 2,100 for it. And then 6 and 5 is when it starts to get lower. So I don't know. I'm still kind of like, the guy was like, if you end up wanting to sell the card, let me know. Because honestly, he offered me $1,350 for it. And that's probably very close to what I would get. Yeah, it's a gold star, so it's like an OG card. It's very old, Marshmallow. And so I'm like, okay. And honestly, like I was this close to pulling the trigger on it and selling it. But I also was like, maybe I should hold on to it for a little bit longer and just see. I just get nervous that it's going to like crash one day or something and the market will fully crash on it. But he was like, I'll give you $1,350 for it right now. And I was like, oh my God, that's a really good offer. But everybody else I talked to was like, get it graded. It doesn't matter. Even if it's you get like a 5 on it, the price will still go up for it. Like get it graded. The thing is, grading costs money. So it's like, I would have to pay to get it graded, you know? Every other person I talked to, other than people who maybe like lowball ass offers, was like, you know. But I also ran into a guy who was like, I was telling somebody about the lowball offer I got, and you get it, so it comes in sealed, Charby. So like basically they seal the card, and at the top it says the grade on it with like a QR scan to like verify it, basically. But it's sealed, so you can't even you can't touch the card after it gets sent back to you. I mean, you could break the case, but then you obviously lose everything. Wait, I'm sending you love, J. Louise. I have not played Black Cat yet. No, I haven't played Marvel Rivals yet since Friday. I've not. I'll probably play her tonight after stream, maybe for a little bit. I've been trying to get like shit done IRL a little bit. But I was talking to a vendor about the lowball offer, and a guy came up to me and he was like, do you have a Jolteon? He's like, I collect Jolteons. And he's like, the Gold Star one is the only one I don't have. And he was like, I'll give you $1,100 for it. He's like, it would go to a collector, it would go in my personal collection. Like, I'm not trying to sell it. I'm not trying to like turn a profit. He's like, I would just like the card. So I almost sold it to him too, because I was like, okay, this guy, I took his phone number down because he lives like a couple cities over. And I was like, maybe I just was like, oh, he's a collector. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's different when it's somebody who's like collecting it versus not, I guess, in a way. And yeah, I hope you're okay, Julie. I'm sending you lots of love. So we'll see. I don't know. So anyways, I'm torn on all of that. Unless he's lying to you. He might be, but he seemed like a really sweet guy. He said he sold most of his collection today. He was like, my wife's going to be pissed because I just made $1,100 in sales. But if I buy that card right now, I'm going to go home and be like, sorry, girl. Sorry, honey. I just sold the card that I just bought. I didn't make any money today. They make it really rare. It is a rare card, yes, but it's not like he didn't say girl. I said girl because I'm gay and I just make shit up. How much does it cost to grade a card? It really depends. It's like there's a percentage that you have to pay off. It's like a whole system. I would probably go to Games. You can do it through GameStop, which I'll probably end up doing. But I would also want to get the card cleaned before I send it in and like get it the best possible shape it could be, and that would probably cost a little bit of money too. So like I'd have to pay money as well to then get it graded, but there is like I don't know. So anyways, all that to say, that's my one big card left. My big card. All the rest I have are like, there are a couple that I have like $100, $120. The Meowth card that I got was $160, and the guy made a huge deal with me for it. Yeah, I also do want to get like a card. Also, the card, it takes time. It takes like 6 months to get a card graded because they have like they're doing so much grading right now. So it does take a long time to get the card back. Like it's not going to come back in a week and I'll have it to sell the next day. Like it is a time hold a little bit. So like the price can also go up or down depending on it. Yeah, around most people are having like around a little less than that now, but like a year ago it was like 6 months for a card to get back to you. So like you send it away for, because they just have so many, because Pokemon's so huge right now. Like it's so big that it's like they, you know. And the other thing with grading a card is you send it out and it's dependent on the person who's grading it that day. So say for some reason, you know, they got into a fight with their wife or something and they're really pissed off and, you know, they spilled coffee on themselves. And then, you know what I mean? Like immediately from that, I don't trust that person saying Discord in the chat, but I'm going to leave it for a moment and see. That's like, yeah. Can you fight a grade? Like if you think otherwise? No. Once the grade you get it. And you can either take it out and try and resend it back in, or that's what you got. That's what you got. So that's like the pros and cons of getting a card graded. So it's like, you know, do I take $13.50 now or do I take $2,000 later? But at the end of the day, did I spend $250? I did see that. That was crazy. I have no idea who he was. I've never listened to his music. And then have to, you know, eventually, you know, get it 6 months down the line. Not that I need the money right now, but you know what I mean? So anyways, something I've just been thinking about over the past couple of days. So yeah, like, do they go to the Pokemon grading college and get a license? I don't actually know how you get things graded. Like, I don't know how you get certified to grade a card. I think there probably is something that you have to do. Because I know people have graded their own cards before, which that to me is crazy. I'm like, I feel like you could just like be like, this is a 9, and it's like not a 9. Hi, Veda Queen, how are you? Good to see you. And it's like not a 9, you know. So I have no idea. I have no idea. But I have seen people who grade their own cards. I'd have to look it up because I'm actually curious how people grade cards, or like how you become authorized to grade a card. But yeah, so anyways, that was fun. So now I'm looking for more bulk, you know, more vintage stuff. So you have vintage cards and you're like, I don't want these anymore. I will take them off your hands. Okay. All right. Yes. Yeah. It's to a place that, yeah, they go to PSA. So there's 3 different companies: PSA, Tag, TAG, and then there's one more that I can't think of, CGA, I think. PSA is the biggest one, and TAG is like the second right now. So those are so they don't, so GameStop isn't grading it, they send it to the company, but they do it all for you. So like you don't have to, like, you just bring the card to them, you pay them the $20 and they send it out. You don't have to do any of the like filling out the forms, filling out the thing, you know, doing all the stuff. They do it all kind of for you. BGS. Yeah, BGS. Yes. Wait, but TAG is like also a big one right now too. TAG is like, I think the style of TAG looks the best. I hope it becomes like the norm, but PSA is the big one. So yeah. Otherwise, that was my weekend. I had a lot of fun. Style. So I'll show you what I mean. So this is what a PSA graded card case looks like. So they look ugly to me. Let me see if I can pull up the image here. So this is what, okay, let me go to, hold on. Let me show you guys. This is what, like, so when I send a card in and it comes back, this is what it comes in. So it comes like sealed and this is what it looks like, right? That's what it looks like. However, if I do, oh my God, hello, TAG card grading. This is what the TAG case looks like. And I just think it looks prettier. Let's see if this would, if I can. This is what the TAG looks like. I just think it looks prettier. I just think it looks nicer. I think it looks cleaner. I think it looks more, I don't know, like a prettier look than this. This looks like 2004. Like, you know what I mean? This looks slick. Like, this would be something I would add to my collection. You know what I mean? But for some reason, vendors really love PSA. If you're like trying to sell a card, PSA is the one that people like the most over TAG. But I like TAG the most. I think it looks, for a look, that is. Yeah, PSA is giving vintage. But as you can see, it's like $39 a card, $20 a card, you know, $59 a card. Like, there's different, you know, there's priority. So like you can see there's cost for things, you know. Because it looks like it's like in the 90s. Yeah. Any of this, by the way, Tag 8. Yeah, that's why I like Tag the most. I just think it looks the prettiest. That's why I would want to do Tag if I did. But people were like, don't do Tag, do PSA. But I was like, I like how Tag looks. And maybe if I want to keep the card, maybe I want it Tag. Because I feel like PSA just looks so ugly. It just looks so ugly. So ugly. And I'm very much an aesthetic queen. You guys know I'm an aesthetic queen. So that's my whole tea there with that. So yeah, anyways, that's the Pokemon card stuff. And I had a great time. It was a great weekend. I spent yesterday getting stuff done, this morning getting stuff done. So felt good about that. I'm excited for Tomodachi Life tomorrow. I didn't get everything done on my list, Casey. I won't lie. I got a majority of it done, but I did not get everything done. There's more stuff I gotta get done today later on, but I did a lot of it also this morning as well. Did you go on the date your mom was trying to set up? No, God, no, my God, no. That's from like months ago. God, no. I've been ghosted like 4 times over the past 2 weeks though. Well, and the yellow of the Jolteon will not match the red and black white look. Yeah, I do think they send it. You don't always get that red. You get different colors. I think they match it to the card Marshmallow. I'm pretty sure, or you can choose. I don't know what the color they do. There's different colors, so red is not the base color. What happened to the last date? He never responded. Nothing ever happened. Did you go shop? I did. So I ordered my groceries yesterday, but by the time I ordered after stream, they weren't going to be ready for pickup until this morning. So I did pick up my groceries this morning, but I have groceries now. I know the mom date was a while ago. Yeah, no mom date. So I did get groceries, and I also went to my P.O. box because you guys sent me some cards. Lovely Zach sent me this card. And then I left the other one in the other room. Our other Zach Attack, and then Zach from TikTok. I don't have the other. I grabbed the wrong card by accident. But one of the Zach sent me this card. Got that in the mail today, which is from Perfect Order. So I was very thankful. And then the other one is also Perfect Order. It's the Spoopa card. So I'll grab it when I go take a piss or something on my way out. And yeah, and then I worked on like lighting for me doing videos back there, which that's still being worked on. I'm just trying to come up if I'm going to come up with do a second channel or keep our same TikTok channel and put all our non-gaming content on the regular TikTok channel. I'm torn on that. So that's what I spent the morning doing. And then also like making plans for things for the week. So that was my day. And now here we are. But I woke up at 8 a.m. I also worked out this morning. I was like, damn, look at me go. So I was a real human being. And today we're gonna play Fortnite and kind of vibe and have a chill afternoon. We're gonna start on TikTok in a few, but yeah, that's the plan. It's the worst thing though. I woke up this morning, snow on the goddamn ground. Yeah, literally. Snow on the goddamn ground and all over my car this morning. I was like, girl, you gotta be kidding me. I was like, this cannot be real. No, I loved it. Like, this cannot be real right now. You gotta be kidding me right now. This cannot be real. Snow. And it's freezing outside. I was like, I can't do this. I can't do this anymore. I can't do the freezing cold. I can't do it. I also bought a new toothbrush today. If you guys are interested, I did that as well. Toothbrushes are expensive. I spent $90 on a toothbrush today, guys. I was like, what the fuck? At the end of April's Diabolical, yeah, crazy. Was Electra? Yeah, it's like what's the brand? Oh my God. Not Oral-B, but the other one. That's a big one. Starts with an S, I think. It was like the best rated one. No, not Sonic. It's like maybe it's Sonicare. Maybe it is. I use one my dentist gives me. Listen, as somebody who has when I was a child, I had gingivitis. So I have, if you've never noticed, I have a receding gum line on the front of my teeth here. I have a receding gum line. So I have to use a special toothbrush. Otherwise, if I'm like going crazy, I can ruin my teeth. or my gums. So I buy higher quality ones. Now we're trying to zoom in. I'm not going to show you guys my teeth. It was a childhood thing. I don't even know where I got it from, but like I took care of my teeth very well as a kid. So I don't even it was because of my diabetes, I think. I don't really know the exact reason for it, but there's like a couple of teeth here that I have a receding gum line for. Um and so I try and take my gums are very sensitive. Um and so I try and take as best care of them as possible. And so that's why I buy an electric toothbrush. This one has like 3 sensitivity modes. So I can like in there's a whitening agent with them as well. So especially because I'm trying to whiten my teeth more right now. And whitening your teeth can damage your gums a little bit if you do it inappropriately, not inappropriately, but wrong. So I'm also like, trying to that's the reason I spend that much money on a toothbrush. I mean, when I used to get like, the $10 toothbrush from the store, but yeah, I spent 90 today. I was like, damn. Oh my God, I went to my dentist and got teeth white in there. It was a pain for days. Yeah, it's like, it can be painful. It can be painful. But the amount of people who come into my life and are like, why aren't your teeth white? And I'm like, girl, my teeth are pretty white. You know what I mean? It's just, they're not veneer white, girl. I'm using Colgate teeth whitening toothpaste. That's probably why my gums are angry. Yeah. Yeah. So alas, that's the tea. That's the shade there. Okay, sponsor. Could you imagine? Guys, white my teeth. Get my teeth bleached with me get my veneers on stream with me. Guys, come with me to get veneers. I mean, eventually I may have to get veneers actually on my bottom teeth. I'm good, Maud. How are you? Because of my receding gum line. But I'm waiting for that day for a very long time. So I do this teeth on fire. Yeah. I've been good though. Go to Turkey. Yeah, hell no. Oh my God. Yeah, that's where they go, right? To Turkey. Not a gum graft. Nah, I mean, at the end of the day, I would probably just it'd be about the same cost. And I'd rather just get veneers. You know what? I know that's crazy to say, but like at the end of the day, it'll be about the same cost for a gum graft versus a veneer job. Not that I'm like, I need veneers, but I also want to get veneers that were like crazy, but I would get, if I ever did. On 90 Day Fiance, yeah. A lot of those men do it. I also stopped drinking coffee, also to help with my teeth whitening. So I'm like drinking coffee again. And I'm like, okay. Get ready with me to get a lobotomy. Get ready with me to go get a lobotomy, besties. Don't look like chiclets. Yeah, I have no problem with my teeth, but I know my teeth aren't perfectly white, but my teeth are not unhealthy. I floss twice a day. I brush my teeth 3 times a day. Like my teeth are very healthy. They're just white. Like having extremely white teeth is not normal. I feel like, or not normal, but like not. It's like I don't want blaring white. I'm happy with the way my teeth look. So, yeah, I have the Crest 3D whitening. It's the one that's in like a purple bottle and you like squeeze the top or whatever. I use that. I would like my bottom teeth to be a little white. That's the problem with my bottom teeth. It's hard to keep them white because of my receding gum line. So things you work on, on yourself a little bit. I use whitening strips. I've used the Target brand before. I use other ones too. It's like hair, so people could use dish soap and shampoo and self-flowing locks. Exactly. You're healthy because a salad post, but I had to read the room. No, I mean, listen, I did have a salad. We're just talking about, I did have a salad today. Yeah. We were talking about my teeth. I don't know how we got to teeth. Whitening strips make your teeth way too sensitive. I usually use, instead of whitening strips, I use, what is it? It's like the gel with the light thing that you bite down on. You know what I'm talking about? I have one of those. That's what I use more often. Happy Monday, Maddie. How are you? That's what I use more often when I get my teeth when I do my teeth whitening at home. Also, I'm starting up Fortnite, y'all. I'm starting up Fortnite. Hopefully. Bum 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 bum. Purple shampoo to whiten their teeth. Yeah, that's like, what the hell, girl? That's not how that works. That's not how any of this works. You're an Austin tested for a workshop. Oh my God, I love that. Sensodyne. Yes, yeah. Shampoo's crazy though. Why shampoo? Why shampoo? I gotta change the skin back. Hold on. To our usual. And then we'll get us going, y'all. Purple Doritos to whiten my teeth. Come with me to try the viral purple Dorito teeth whitening in downtown LA. Kill me. Kill me. Come with me. Every time I hear that on my TikTok, I'm like, come with me. Come with me. I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to come with you. Let's go try the viral. And I'm like, girl, get me out of here. Come with me to try the new Viral Matcha Whitening Botox Boutique. I'm like, yeah, that shit drives me crazy. When they're like, I have to be in the airport in 5 minutes. I'm like, I'm telling you right now, you're lying. I'm telling you right now, you're fucking lying to us on the camera. Because there is no way, if you had to be at the airport or go somewhere in 5 to 10 minutes, that you are filming. By the amount of time that it takes me to set up my content shit, I know they're not recording. It's like, girl, you have hours. I don't lie. Like, I can read the room like a goddamn egg. You know what I mean? Run, don't walk. Yeah, it's like, girl, I'll saunter my ass if I want to. Yeah, my flight was 20 minutes ago. Help me pack. And I'm like, girl. By the way, they have a second bag ready to go, all packed. And they have 5 hours till their flight takes off. Oh, God. God. Like, it's so fake. Every time I see that, I'm like, girl, you do not have a flight in 10 minutes. If you did, you would not be filming a video. I'm telling you, you would not be filming a video. I wouldn't. I'd be like, fuck. I'd be running people over on the street trying to get to where I need to be. Yeah. Hotel check-in is at 3 and the wedding is at 5. That's horrifying. Change in the bathroom. Please make a satirical VOD next time you're in LA. Yeah, come with me. Come with me to go get robbed in LA. Their private jet is waiting for them anyways. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's always that. It just always makes me laugh. It always makes me, I'm like, okay, girl. So it's a real Cook chair. I thought about that. I thought about getting some Pokemon to put back there. I'm gonna have to do my makeup in the damn car. Yeah. The other day I was stressing. Literally me driving to my therapy appointment, having like almost a full-on panic attack because I might be 3 minutes late. And I need as much time as humanly possible. Like, I'm sorry. There's no way I'm gonna film a video being like, come with me as I'm late for my therapy session. Also, just disrespect, if you were doing that, just disrespecting everybody else's time around you. You know what I mean? Just disrespecting everybody else's time around you. If you're like, I'm going to make content from this. Me too, Majestic. Every time. And they're like, you're fine. And I'm like, I know, but I'm going to be late. And they're like, you're fine. And I'm like, okay. Just want to make sure we know it's okay. Oh, look what the cat dragged in. The biggest twink on Twitter. Hello, baddies. Hello, baddies. How we doing? I saw you were making, what were you were making cinnamon buns? We made him delete Twitter, actually. Yeah, sure. Yeah. You know he's got several alt accounts, okay, that are for some not appropriate related things. Hello, hello. If you're new here, hi, I'm Vinny or Zesty Bestie. We're happy to have you. Let me play my introduction to say hello to get us started, okay? I'll tell you who I am. I am your Zesty Bestie, and this is...
It's Brittany, bitch.
Welcome in. We're yapping and then we're playing some Fortnite here in a little bit. But if you're new here, we do a lot of different things. We play games, we yap, I don't know. What else do we do? I don't know. Talk about random shit. I just lost 15 followers because I talk shit about heated rivalry. So, you know, T. Yeah. How long did that take? Actually, if you know Koy J made that for me. Tomodachi idea. These, thank you. Gabo Gomito says, I love that, Samantha. Yeah, we did lose 15 followers today because of my heated rivalry hot take on Instagram. So that was kind of crazy. But other than that, we're doing good. And we're having fun. But welcome in. If you have to rate and run, please don't feel like you have to stick around. We're going to be playing games here in a few and starting on TikTok. And kind of vibing. This week's plans, guys, for games, by the way, we got Fortnite. We're going to be playing Tomodachi Life. And we wrote down a bunch of ideas of characters we're going to make and make them do together. Sacks. And then I don't know. And then I don't know what else. We'll see what else we do. We also have the SMP stuff going. I also am in the talks about the GTA roleplay stuff. So lots of games that are happening as well. And then of course continuing to talk about my Pokemon addiction because I can't stop spending money on cards. So that's the tea, that's the shade. Although this card was gifted to me by one of you guys, so I didn't pay for that card, but yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for Tomodachi Life too. I know. I'm very excited about it too. I was going to wait till tomorrow because I wanted to get ideas for things. And otherwise, that's the tea. So excited for the yeah, me too. I think it'll be crazy. But yeah, we're going to start on TikTok in a few. And it's a Monday. I worked out this morning. I ate a salad. So basically, I'm better than everybody else right now. Wait, Betsy, did you ever find your cards? We did, T-Lin, yes. And I had a card right now that's worth about $2,000, anywhere from $2,000 to $6,000 right now. But I sold a bunch of them. Like I went to a card show on Saturday and I did $1,000, 1,000. Technically, if you want to count like the full amount, including like $1,600 in trades and sales of my cards on Saturday. So it was kind of fucking crazy. But we did it, baddies. We did it. Oh my God. Wow. Yes. And so now my vintage collection is older. So if you want to send me your old Pokemon cards and you're like, actually, I don't want these, I don't care, ship them out to a baddie and I will take them. I have a couple of you sending me cards because you love me. We did it, Joe. That's insane. I know. I sold a whole binder. The guy was like, I'll give you $650 for the binder right now. And I was like, okay, I'll do it. I was like, well, okay, I'll do it. I was like, I feel like you saw something in there that's probably worth like $1 million, but sure, I'll do it. He was like, I'm taking a risk. And I was like, are you? I was like, are you taking a risk? Is this a risk? I don't know. What else, baddies? Oh my God, wait, we have gays in the chat right now. Guys, I need help with my dating profile. It's so bad right now. My dating profile is so bad right now. It's so bad, guys. It's awful. It's a mess. I think this is why I keep getting ghosted. It's like the 7th time. Probably the 7th time in 6 months I've been ghosted. Wait, so George is doing numbers? It is not doing numbers. I thought the gym pick would do numbers. It is not doing numbers. I was like, I thought this pick was hot. It is not doing numbers at all. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, the unintentional flop on that. I was like, I thought this pick was hot. Because, if you know me, I lost literally 300 pounds over the past 2 years. So I'll show you the picture. Hold on. Let me pull up my Hinge profile. I got so desperate, and shut the fuck up, all of you. I got so desperate that I did buy Hinge Plus for a month. But it was on sale for 1 month only. But I did do Hinge Premium for 1 month. Okay. It's like frozen. I know, but like I thought it would kind of, I don't know. I thought the photo kind of, again, I should know I'm bad at taking pictures. If there's one thing I'm awful at, it is quite literally taking pictures of myself. Like I am so bad at taking pictures of myself. Like it's awful. But like this is the okay, it's like not showing exactly, but like that's the gym pic. Of course, there's no face picture on it because it's also for Grindr. But it low-key flopped. It low-key flopped hard. I wonder if you can see it a little bit better with the thing. Let me turn up the brightness a little bit. It low-key flopped hard. Quads, I know. I was trying to flex my quads a little bit. Bark. Yeah. Now that's hot. Yeah, okay. Well, thanks, guys. I know you guys will say it's hot, but the gay men on my profile are not thinking it's hot. I'm like, okay, somebody did say, okay, legs. And then they never responded to my chat after that. I don't know what poses work best. That's the thing is I hate taking pictures of myself. I truly hate it. Okay, I'll show you guys all the pictures on my dating profile right now. Half of them are from this fucking room. How do I like show you guys my profile? Okay. So like this is the first picture. Okay. The second picture is the gym trade. Third picture. Fourth picture. And then the last, oh wait, I also have that picture, but I feel like that one's kind of lame. We can't see vertical. Oh my God. Oh my God, chill. And then the last picture is me as a kid with, you know, as a joke, comedy. Fourth pick needs to be higher. You think so? This one needs to be higher. That makes it seem like you have a kid. It's quite literally me, and it says, as seen on my mom's fridge for the label. That one eats. Fourth pick should be first. Okay. Okay. I moved it to the top. I second, fourth. Okay, I did it. And then do I do the gym pick second? I mean, guys, the text is huge for that prompt. Neric, thank you for the sub with Prime. Gym pick second. Maybe I can't take off the headphones. On Hinge, you have to have a certain amount of pictures. Like you have to have them. I feel like the gym pick you need because I don't know, when I'm scrolling, if I'm not in by the second picture, out. That's my T. If I'm not in on the second picture, out. You know what I mean? There are some I would love to get rid of, for sure. Okay, so this is current layout. Ready? Okay. First picture. Second picture. Third picture. Kaylin, thank you for subbing too. Fourth picture. Last two. I think this one's cute. I'm not changing it. It looks also, it's hard to see in the picture. Guys, that is literally me. Like the photo is so me. It's also of a Polaroid from like 19, not 19 because I was born in 19, like 2007. Move fourth down, move child you up. Fourth move to second, and Jim needs to move to 3. I think Jim has to be 2. Girl, I don't have a pet, nor do I have any hobbies. This is my hobby. That's the problem. Girl, don't listen to us. Okay. Listen, I love the girls, but the gay men. I need the gay men in the chat. Okay? I love you girls, but I'm going to be real with you. Gay men are like the most nasty, vitriol little shits when it comes to matching on Hinge. Okay? They're disgusting. Jim being 2 makes sense. Mass lesbian, keep that order. Do you think I should move the kid one up? Go to a dog park and get a pic with a dog. I'm just bad at I'm awful at taking pictures of myself. Like selfies, shit like that. I can't do it. Like I'm so awful at selfies. Like I'm quite literally terrible at them. Like it's actually, I wonder if there's one I can replace because I don't like this one that much. Let's see. It's so hard to find a picture that's cute. Should I do the I threw up Charizard meme? Is that dumb? Jim needs to say 2. So you need a diva BFF that takes you for you. Yeah. Should I do the should I put the one of me in the Velma wig as my picture? Stupid. Send me those biddies and I'll show you my titties. Well, I mean, I've never said no to that. If somebody sent 50,000 bits right now, I take my shirt off. I'm kidding. That's a joke. I take my shirt off. What? Who do I cash out? What about you in the suit? I feel like the suit pick is like, it's cute, but I don't know. Like none of them are like really I lost more weight since then. The reason that I don't have that pic on there is I've lost more weight since then. And that's the T. I know, but I've lost more weight since those pictures. And I don't think you understand. Gay men are like they're awful. They're awful. Update the pictures then. Girl, I know I don't have the suit. I'm tempted to put the suit back on. I mean, I have the suit, but I could put the should I put the picture of me on the front page of the App Store? No, I'm not doing that. Okay, take pics right now. No. Literally would rather die. I do have this picture. Selfie. I just suck at taking selfies. Like, that's too cute. That's not gay. Like, it's so hard. I know it's a good one, guys, but like, it's like, this is the problem. Pose and someone will take screenshots. No, I'm not dressed in what I normally wear. Those nice days. Go get a friend, put your suit on, and force them to be your photographer. I know. That shows your height too. Yes, for the soft-hearted gays. Okay. Okay. Well. Now I need to go do this for my Tinder too. I feel like I should put this one up higher. Would you ever enter a lavender marriage? No. Sorry, I need someone. If I'm going to, I hate being around people 9 times out of 10. So if someone's going to live with me and be my partner for life, they need to be giving me head at least once a night. Sorry, guys. I gotta at least have that on the once a night. Yes, once a night. Guys, I have okay, this is now, I gotta stop. I have a very high libido, okay? It's kind of crazy. Like, it's actually kind of bad. I have a very high libido. Like, a very high libido. It's really bad. Oh, you're high maintenance. No. No, I just have a high libido. Happy 420, y'all. Blessed. Yes, but 24/7, guys. I don't think you understand. It's awful. Happy holidays. Now you're... Keep on this my first time watching you. Yeah, classic. I think it's just the majority of gay men, though. Yeah, no, but I've been having, like, it's been years that I've had that. I wish I didn't have this big of a libido. I wish I didn't have this big of a libido. I actually hate it. I wish I had a little less of a libido. The libido's zesty. I know. But I do. Make sure mom is in the chat. I know. Have you ever just testosterone check? Maybe your levels are high. Maybe. Honestly. Could be. I mean, I take, mental health meds. And for a while, my libido went down when I was starting the mental health meds. But now it's like, no. Girl, if anything, they made me hornier. I can't stop. I don't know. It's terrible. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. She won't quit. She won't quit. Unfortunately. Listen, you guys, no, we're not posting this anywhere. Trust me. This is not being posted. This stays between us 290 people on the wall. Gotta take more gym pics. I don't go to the gym though. I just work out from home. I know. All right, I reorganized the pictures so this is his face. Oh, it's getting close. Well, Mallard runs the clips page, so no, it ain't unless somebody else is making a new one. This is just for us. Yeah. Who would loves you, but he's in VA? Listen, I can do long distance. The bus on the way to 2012. No, I mean, is it high or is it just healthy? How do I, oh God. How do I want to reveal this to you guys? How do I say this? Where do I go from here? Do I not? Michaela, thank you for the sub. I'm not gay. No. I'm just going to say a number, and then you take that number and you can understand that number. Okay? Just take the number. At least 4. At least 4. At least. At least 4. Yes, Bougie. Again. Damn, wish you weren't gay. How do you have the energy? Girl, I don't know. I mean, it's usually between 3 and 5. Okay, that's it. That's as far as I'm going. 3 and 5. But like average 4. So considering extreme those bathroom breaks, never. 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 Oh my God, never. You need this on your profile on Hinge? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's how many times I pray a day. Exactly. Honestly, good for you. So that's why you're late for a stream. Sometimes. Sometimes. Yeah. Yeah. You guys got into this shit, not me. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. You asked. Yeah, let's normalize it. I don't mind talking about it. Okay. You always seem so relaxed and chill, so that's probably why. Fedros will be proud. Yeah, well. Now you're being a freak. No, 9 times out of 10, never mind. Must be when this is over. Have you seen Wolf of Wall Street? Those are rookie numbers. I used to do the same. Don't be ashamed. Oh, I'm not ashamed by it. You know what I mean?
Rolls.
I'm not ashamed by it. Now, George, I'm not getting into that with you. Back rolls. I'm not getting into that with you, baby. I'm not ashamed by it by any means, but I just have a high libido, and that's part of the problem. And men in this area are miserable Fs. So that's why I couldn't do a lavender marriage. That's what I meant to say. That's what I meant to say. Cut from a set of 4. I have 2 of them. Are there more than 2? I have 2. So I've at least I found 2 at the thrift store. And my husband's is low. Damn, we are just being full honest in here right now. 11, you did. I was getting strays in the chat. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say. Okay, well, you know what? Maybe we gotta hold. maybe we gotta save this for another night. Maybe we gotta save this for another day. Hi, Raven. How are you? I think we've reached our max here. What are we talking about? What's the topic? Kind Fox Girl, you don't want to know. Oh, God. You started. I know. Can we have a late night Q&A? I have questions. I'm happy to educate. Listen, you know me. I'm sex positive, okay? You reached your max before a stream, bestie? I reached half of my max. Is that why you wear glasses? Because I can't see. No, I wear glasses because I can't see. Radar at the moment. Ooh, girl. Well, that was the gym now. Oh, purr. I'm going to sip my coffee. I'm just going to sip my coffee. Your ordering probably goes crazy. I mean, I'm not like spending hours, guys. It's not like guys, I'm not, my existence outside of here is not just sitting in a chair doing that only all day. Like it's quick. I'm not like, you know, spending 18 years doing this. All right. I'm just doing what I got to do to get on with my day. And that's it. And that's it. Anyways, happy Monday. Right. Right. Anyways, clocked. T. And this is why I'll never get a Fortnite sponsorship, mind you. This is why. This conversation right here is why Epic Games will never make me an Epic partner. Oh, that Fortnite today. Yeah. Well, Sam, I've had some coffee this weekend and I had one today because I was really tired. But even now I'm like, girl, I don't need that. She's open. I love that. Yes. I mean, I'm very open. I don't mind being open about it. The thing is, men are losers in this town, okay? And they are like, I'm sorry, I do have standards. And that's why I ghost a lot as well. But I've been ghosted 4 times now this past week, and I'm a little over it. As you should. Your needs are an epic partnership. Girl, I'm lonely as fuck. Sorry, not to get depressing for a second, but if I'm doing it 4 times a day, you have to understand, I'm also just lonely as shit, baddies. Lovely is probably not in the town. No, he's not. Yeah, oh my God, it's exhausting. I need to bang. I mean, I'm much healthier than I used to be, but even still, like, and I think I'm actually pretty fit now. I mean, I'm not like, I'm not muscular, but I feel like I'm not, crazy, but gay men are like exhausting because of that. Not the same thing. Girl, my glasses are filthy. It goes into to yourself. Not the same, honestly, same. Yeah, no. Like, okay, all right. I'm gonna reveal this is now getting a thing. Okay. There was the person who ghosted me, we actually had gotten together beforehand. Okay. Like a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. And it was very nice because we also hung out the whole time. Like we ate food, we like played Fortnite, even though I don't want to play Fortnite, but he wanted to play Fortnite. We played Fortnite. We talked for hours. We did the whole thing. We Snapchatted afterwards and he was like, yeah, I want to come back. And then we planned for him to come back. And then he just stopped responding to me. And I'm like, girl, and the one thing for me, no, not the graveyard guy. The one thing for me is like, just tell me. That's the one thing I hate about the gay community. Just tell me. I'd rather I just know. You know what I mean? The gay community is awful because they will ghost and not say anything. That's the one thing I hate about the gay community is they absolutely will not say a word. They will like either block or avoid or whatever. Then be like, I'm just not interested. And I'm like, just fucking tell me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a big boy. I can take it. I can move on. You know what I mean? Like, just tell me. But that's every situation. And I'm just like, oh my God, it's exhausting. And I'm just like, girl, I don't want to deal with that. You know what I mean? Girl, people are going crazy on my thing. Hold on. Hold on 1 second, guys. I commented said, don't let the door hit you, honey. People are crazy. Sorry, people are crazy on my latest post, y'all. On my Fortnite post. Hi, Nandre, how are you? Like, or on this heated rivalry post, people are going crazy. Like, I am getting threats right now over this post. I am getting threats over this post right now. It's actually insane. I've lost now 48 followers. Oh my God. Hi, Jeff. How are you? Hi, Nandre. Welcome in. What the? Yeah. What did you say? It's my usual. My post is my usual. The thing I've said a million times on stream, which is me saying heated rivalry is bad. Heated rivalry is bad. It's my opinion. Like my opinion on heated rivalry and the tuna sandwich bit. That's all it is. It's the post about me talking about heated rivalry and how I think. And it's mostly white women, by the way, who are commenting on it. I'm like, girl, please. Tuna sandwich? Yeah, how he bottomed after eating a tuna melt. And I was like, that's not real. Nobody does that. You're gonna fight in your honor? No. This girl called in her reinforcements. There's a one girl who called in her reinforcements to be like, the director's gay, so therefore it's fine, and the author's an ally. I'm like, okay, you're not understanding my point, girl. I'm like, girl, you are not understanding my point at all. Shall we go? No. I just said you unfollowed over my opinion. Don't let the good Lord hit you where the good Lord split you, or whatever it was. That's what I commented. But yeah, like, girl, I can have an opinion on it. Unfortunately, this is the same. It's the same death threats I got from the Swifties last time. So I'm just like, okay, obviously I can't talk about anything that I have an opinion on. I'm like, my God. I'm like, geez, Louise. Who come in and get the F out? Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Heater rivalry stands are a lot, yeah. Literally 90% of the video is me giving a tuna joke saying, I know it's not real because nobody's bottoming after a tuna melt. And I'm sorry. And people are like, it's like, and that's what TV shows are for. It's not supposed to be realistic. I'm like, guys, we're losing the fucking plot here. I'm not talking about dragons. I'm talking about a man eating a tuna melt and bottoming afterwards. Like they're like, it's not grounded in realism. Bitch, what is not grounded in realism? They're playing hockey and are in love. What are we talking about? Like, what are we talking about? Like, this is not a fantasy novel. Oh my God. I'm like, oh my God. It's actually kind of funny. Anyways, I don't even know why I'm arguing with them online. I should just ignore it. But it is just kind of funny that people are like, so crazy. So crazy. There's so much. Yeah. I'm like, ooh, it's an opinion. It's like you can have an opinion by, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyways, what do we move on from our sex talk? Hey, engagement. I know. It kind of exactly. It literally, and all this is doing right now, guys, by the way, is proving my point. Is proving my point. Like, it's actually proving my point because everybody who's commented, like, is exactly the audience that I said was made for this show. Like, it quite literally is proving my point as we speak. Matt Dusty, thank you for the follow. And I'm like, okay. So anyways. So, hi. Tila, thank you for gifting a sub. I appreciate you. Anyways, I was talking about the loneliness epidemic. Guys, we're going to play Fortnite here in a second and start on TikTok. We're talking about the loneliness epidemic. But yeah, anyway, so that's the tea with the ghosting. And man, on your channel, but right now you can watch Vertical. Yes, yeah, we are in the beta for Vertical. So we have Vertical and horizontal here. Little of both. Anyway, so my new toothbrush. I did get a new toothbrush, yeah. Very cool. So anyways, hopefully men stop being gross here and ghosting and being weird as shit, you know. Not Mallard DMing me saying, can I come back after our conversation? I'm sorry I have a high libido. I was wondering why I was living. Yeah, you can change back. If you don't like Vertical, you can change back. If you don't like it, real, the tuna thing is literally just a joke. Like everyone, sorry, I'm commenting on it. Like everyone is so hard pressed. I'm getting threats over it. Like, are you new here? Like, are you new here? Can it also go horizontal on TikTok? No. No, it cannot. Sorry, guys. I'm just reading. It's too funny. The comments are so funny. So funny. No, girl, you have your high libido on. You're just still my boss. I know. Okay, let's play Fortnite. Fuck it. Guys, it's time to let's play games. Let's play games. We've talked about sex. We've talked about heated rivalry. I'm sure I'll get more hate from I'm probably gonna have to delete that video. But honestly, I kind of like fighting with the troll. I kind of like fighting. You guys know me. Like let's rough and tumble it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like let's rough and tumble it. Let's go. We're gonna start on TikTok. You guys know the drill. What's the yeah, let me do that. Guys, wait, I was at an event this past weekend with my husband that felt like the straight white men epicenter, and I was looking around and they wonder why there's men living problem. It was so gross in there. Ooh. What video? Oh, I posted a video about my opinion on, and the funny thing is the video is actually not even my hottest take. The video is actually not even my hottest take. Like my hottest take is that I think it's extremely heteronormative, and that oh, really? This one will be Bobby Owens? I love that. And that, like, people are crazy about it. But, like, half of the video is me just making a joke about him eating a tuna melt and bottoming. And, like, girl, it's a joke. Like, I hate to break it to you, it's a joke. But everyone's like, it doesn't have to be grounded in realism. I'm like, girl, we're talking about two hockey players bottoming and a tuna melt. Like, I'm not talking about, you know, Daenerys Targaryen burning down a village. Like, I'm... like we're talking about bottoming with a tuna melt. Like we can, you know, like there are two different levels of realism we're talking about here, guys. Two different levels. You must believe. Exactly. It reminds you, or what you said is like hetero people talk about scenarios that gay people have. Sorry, clarifying. I think that my opinion on heated rivalry is that it is a digestible heteronormative style of a gay story so that straight people are comfortable to watch it. You would not see a trans man in that role. You would not see somebody who's fat in that role. You would only see muscular, very specific masculine men in these roles that people are playing, because the reality is most people want their boyfriends to fuck each other, and that's what they're seeing on heated rivalry. So that's my real hot take on it. And the only reason it's popular is because it is a very masculine-centric version of a gay storyline. And they cast people that look that way for a very specific audience. It is not made from a queer perspective. Exactly, Shaq. It's not. And everyone's like, it's made by an ally. I'm like, I don't care. It is made for, it is built around the idea of being digestible. And when I see women who are Trump supporters on my Facebook from my high school talking about heated rivalry, then all I know is they actually don't care about our rights. They care about watching two men get it on with each other. You know what I mean? That's what they want. But at the end of the day, are they going to go to the voting booth and vote for our rights? Absolutely not. Do these apply to Bareback Mountain? No, I don't, actually. I think maybe if Bareback Mountain was made now in a very much more Gen Z way, it would. And that's the tea. And that's my tea on it. But that's always, I feel like I've had this heated rivalry discussion at least 4 times a week. Bareback, what did I say? Bareback. Oh yeah, not bareback, girl. That's a porn type. I think they should have made them both femme. Exactly. And it wouldn't be popular. I'm telling you right now, if they made them both femme, I'm telling you right now, guys, the show would not be popular. I am absolutely telling you, if you made these two characters femme presenting or non 8-pack ab, muscular, almost straight presenting men, it would not be popular. It wouldn't. It just wouldn't be as popular as it is. It wouldn't. You know what I mean? Yeah, again, I haven't read the books. I'm going solely off the show. I don't really care. You know what I mean? I'm going off what I've seen on the show, you know? And the books may be different. And honestly, the books probably are better and are more of a queer storyline. But whoever made the show, the showrunner, very specifically, is, you know, building it for a way that is built for the female gaze, which is fine. Which is fine. But, like, Yeah. Let's see. Did anybody else reply? Let's see. I just have to look because it's so funny. Okay. Anyways, let's play Fortnite now. Let's run on TikTok. It's fine, but which is fine, but yeah, just like call it what it is. I saw you, Ems. I saw Ems going crazy in the chat there. Yeah, and like that's the thing is like, do you know how many times I've been asked when I was out at the gay bar the night that I went out, that weekend I went out. Do you know how many times people came up to me and were like, "Will you make out with each other?" People I don't know, women asking me to make out with each other. Like it's not a commodity. That's what's frustrating, and it's become this from Heated Rivalry very specifically. Like I had at least 3 instances of people asking me that. You know what I mean? Of women I don't know. Like it is a commodity now because they and the thing that I hated the most, I went out to this gay bar, guys. I went out to this gay bar, right? With people, and these girls brought their fiancés and boyfriends with them. These boyfriends and fiancés are men that went to my college and are hockey players and are like the straightest men possible, and they made them go up on stage and dance with like the strippers that were there at the club. Like they wanted their boyfriends to be gay and do it so bad. I was watching it happen in front of me, and I'm like, this is crazy to me. Like this is crazy to me. I never told that story, but I was like, this is crazy to me. And the reason that it is because of things like Heated Rivalry. Like he keeps putting out that content that's like, actually, every straight man is gay. And it's like, actually, we're not. Not we as in I'm straight, but the queer spectrum, you know? It's like, just go on fucking SeanCody.com if you really want to watch two men fuck. Like, it's not that hard. I can show you some websites. I do it 4 times a day. Oh, God. Anyways, let's start on TikTok, shall we? Oh, Lordy Lou. Oh, Lordy Lou. Let's start on TikTok. Oh, it's a day, isn't it, y'all? W chat today. Good chat. Yeah. No, I'm just gonna leave the comments alone on that. But let me do one last check before we start. Because I just want to know if this person actually commented again. Because I'm like, I'm ready to fight, you know. Yeah, I shouldn't respond. Okay. Go fight with you. I love you guys. The game and I always thought that the fetishization of lesbians and women in general by straight men was different from gay men storylines written by women. Yes. I'm telling you, gay fetishization from straight people exists and has existed for a very long time. No, Link Warren, you're exactly true. And it was for the longest time, and it still is, straight men were in love with the idea of 2 women getting together. And now it's been more commodified for 2 men to get together if they are hot men. Like, do you know how many times I see a TikTok where it's like these girls in the comments freaked out over 2 men who are like dancing together or something? And it's like, girl, like, I'm horny all the time too. I get it. But at the same time, like, people could just be people. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to be that crazy. Anyways, let's go live on TikTok. Here we go. We are going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See you over there. Bam, bam, bam. Hello, TikTok. Hi, baddies. They will go. Bum, bum, bum. Samantha, thank you for the heart me. How are you? And Alyssa, thank you as well. Hello, hello, hello. Happy Fresh Week Monday. Happy Fresh Week Monday, y'all. It is a Monday. We are here. We are queer and we are ready to rumble. Yes, you pay now, Charby. Hi, Laura. Hi, Tomas. Welcome in. How are we? Hi, baddies. Hi, Nikki. How you doing? Welcome in, y'all. It is indeed a Monday. We're playing Fort today, y'all. But tomorrow, we're doing something new. I'm very excited about it. We'll talk about that here in a few minutes once we get everybody in here. Jared Frost, welcome in. Mayo, hello. Hi, BB. How are you? And welcome in. Missed your face, too. It's good to see you. I had a fun little stream. By the way, y'all, for the TikTok fam, I had a fun stream yesterday. That was fun. I don't know if you guys enjoyed that. The little, like, IRL vlog that we did. If you saw it, if you didn't see it, we did like an IRL live on TikTok, and it was I had a blast. It's just me yapping with you guys for an hour, kind of what we do on Purple platform, but just on TikTok, like from my cell phone. Oh my god, I had a blast with it. It was a lot of fun. Thank you guys for the heart me's getting us started. Oh wait, I need to put a heart me goal up. Hold on. Hi Kylie, welcome in. I forgot to do that. But yes, welcome in. If you're new here, let's rock and roll. We're going to have a great day. Happy Monday. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I forgot to do things. Bum, bow. Welcome in. Hi, Shelby. The Fresh Prince. Thank you. Jessica, thank you guys. I enjoyed it for the time I was there. No, that's okay. It was fun. Honestly, I had a great little time with it. It was cute. It was cutesy. But welcome in. Guys, if you're joining in for the first time, make sure to leave a follow for a Zesty Bestie. We are doing Fortnite today, but we're gonna be playing Tomodachi Life tomorrow. And I'm very excited. We've already have some plans. We have Tomodachi Life tomorrow. If you guys don't know what Tomodachi Life is, I'm really, really excited about it. I think it's going to be hysterical. Dominar, I love that, Danielle. Mix with my crush. Be like, girl, just tell me the truth. Be like, I need to know what's going on. Kylie, thank you for the roses. Hi, Nicole. Hi, Tabs. So I'm very, very excited about that. So that's the plan for tomorrow. I need to actually get the game set and order the game and do all the things with it. But yes, welcome in. And I hope you're having a wonderful afternoon. And if you're just running in, who's going to be our first follower of the day to say hello while we do a little native New Yorker? All right. Well, yes. Oh. Mm-hmm.
And guess what? No one
opens the door for a native New Yorker.
Here I go.
Caffeinate, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hi, Yolanda. Last night I tried a horror one block. Ooh, on Fortnite. That's so, or on Minecraft. That's so fun. Squid, thank you for the follow. Tomorrow's game, Tomodachi Life. Tomodachi Life. We're gonna play tomorrow. If you haven't seen it, it's basically like this super chaotic, funny game that's out right now. That's on Nintendo Switch, and I'm really excited about it. So we planned out some characters already. Hi, Harley. Hi, Taylor. Welcome in. I hope you guys are having a wonderful afternoon. Save to the annual for me. Oh no. Hi, Cece. I love your streams. I'm glad. I love welcome in. Bumpy, thank you for the heart me. No, I haven't, Forrest. We're gonna try the karaoke today on Fortnite, though, by the way. We are gonna do that. Hello, hey, welcome in. And guys, over your daily heart me's if you're coming in. We've only gotten 7 so far, so we gotta clock in on those heart me's, y'all. You know the drill. Hi, Alex. How are you, babes? Good afternoon. Especially because I posted a Heated Rivalry post, guys, and everybody is judging me for that post right now. I've had almost 40 unfollowers. Ooh, honey. Emma, thank you for the Rose Baron Key. And Zesty Clips, thank you for the heartbeats. You signed up for the goal? I know, Kylie. Actually, we have more than 7, but my brain did the thing. Judge for being real. Wait, we'll post my most recent one about Heated Rivalry. Hi, Brendan. But I would never eat a whole pizza. We're going to be making Tonka Jahari tomorrow, by the way, in the game. Hi, your favorite. Welcome in, by the way. In case, hello. In the game tomorrow, I am. I'm going to do that. And guys, let's do a little, if you're new here, introduction to start us off, okay? I'll tell you who I am. I am your Zesty Bestie. And this is...
It's Brittany, bitch.
Think I'm in the I'm not. Mm-hmm. Hi, Meg. Literally, thank you for the follow, by the way. Hi, Julia. Take was so valid. I know. Half it was a joke, too. But girl, The Instagram comments are going crazy right now. Hi, Jay Taggy. I'm doing so good, Jolise. I woke up early. I worked out. I got a bunch of stuff done. I got groceries. I'm feeling a little on top of the world right now. Hi, 16. Yes, guys, let's get those 30 shares going as well. And we do have our daily Heart Me goal, y'all. So let's get that moving and grooving. Always Instagram. Yeah. You missed the first one, but I'm going to play the second one here in a second. Brittany, I don't know albums, Bobby Evans. I'll be real. I'm such a bad pop like stan that I don't know like a lot of names of songs or albums. I know the stuff, but I don't like know the names, if that makes sense. I know I was a productive baddie today. Did we go to Wegmans? We did. We did go to Wegmans. Yes. I'm doing so good. I had a lovely little weekend away. We had a great little stream yesterday of just doing an IRL vlog with you guys. Been posting a whole bunch of, we posted our vlog from the Pokemon convention, which was so fun. I had a blast doing that. And then we're gonna play some Fortnite for the afternoon, y'all. What could be better? You know what I mean? What could be better? So welcome on in, guys. And we do have more of our heart me's, y'all. If you are seeing a heart me up by my little face, make sure to hit that heart me to drop it and say hello, okay? We want to see if we can rock that one out, honey. And welcome on in. If you are new here, let me also introduce myself and say, you know I'm Zesty, baby.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call, just text me. Bitch, it's slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL.
You know I am that girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It go
From ATL. From ATL. All right. But welcome on in. I'm so happy to have you guys here. I hope you all are doing well. Katie, J Taggy, how are you? Hi, Strawberry. We're gonna be hopping in the game here in a minute. We need bald merch. I'm telling you, Zesty. I know. It's on my list. Hi, Willow. Hi, Alexis. Of the intro. Hi, Cherry Bliss. Oh, my Lanta. It's me. So good for Monday. Yes, it is a good Monday. I'm feeling like we're gonna do a lot of things today. I don't know. I'm feeling I have some good things, you know. I know, Tomas. Yeah, we had a couple folks. We may stuff. I do owe a custom match. So yes, we will be doing at least one today. At least one. Probably towards the end of stream we will. But if we hit the goals, we'll do more. How's that sound? Cherry, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. My weekend was wonderful. I went to a card show. I did over $1,000 in Pokemon cards that I didn't spend a penny of, by the way, that I traded. I got to meet new people. I got to meet somebody who watches the stream actually, which was so cool. I went to like a really cool thrift store. I did not get a call back. I wish. No, Boom Tiki. Only drops are available for folks who were sponsored by Epic. I'm not sponsored by Epic, unfortunately. 16, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Yes, thank you guys for the follows too. We're almost to 10 new followers. And guys, don't forget those daily harmonies. We're not halfway there yet, so we got to get moving on those, you all. Moving and grooving. Hi, Callie. We're gonna hop in a game though. But how was your guys' weekend? Did anybody do anything fun? As a side note, did anybody do anything fun this weekend before we dive into the game? I hope so. I hope you did something. Katie, thank you for the follow. Hello, Smiley. Welcome in. Did you guys do anything fun this weekend? What were the vibes like? Were they fabulous? Daily Heart Me check. Yes. Hi, Jai. How are you? Welcome in. Jay, welcome in. Wine tasting, zip lining. Ooh. Naps with the husband. I love that. You went to the Pittsburgh Zoo. Oh, okay. You went to Disneyland. I went to a bar. Okay. Clean your bullet. Oh my God. Kels, I hope you're okay. Did crochet with my friend. Wait, I love that. Scrap my old car this weekend. Wait, crazy. Oh, you guys did so many things. Okay. I love it. Aurora. Love that, Lena. Ever look back. I just remember said have a good day. I was doing a car boot stall and 2 stalls down with someone selling Pokemon cards. Was a sleigh. Got some nice cards. I love that. Love Blaine. Yes, I love it. Well, welcome on in. You're the real fun. Thank you. Nothing real. I was just chilling at home. I love that. Well, guys, let's get tapping. Let's get sharing. We need to get some work done. And if you're scrolling by on TikTok, make sure to leave a follow. We're almost to 10. And if you don't follow right now, then you're homophobic. I said it. If you don't follow right now, you are homophobic, and that's kind of crazy. You don't want to be. Key isn't, because they just followed, okay? I don't know, Boom Tiki. I'll be real. Immediately followed. Thank you, Batty. And I knew you would, okay? Anyways, guys, let's hop into our first game, shall we? And get warmed up. But let's keep yapping and tapping and all those good things. And Karina, thank you for the follow. We do Minecraft Strawberry. We are doing something new for Minecraft, but probably not very often. I'm no longer doing single player Minecraft anymore. No longer. I just don't enjoy it. And I don't want to do things I don't enjoy. And so single player Minecraft is something that I found I don't enjoy anymore. But we are working on an SMP with other content creators right now. Right now, we are working on an SMP. So that's very exciting. But guys, let's tap, let's share, let's follow. We are so behind. We got to catch up, y'all. Let's see if we can get that moving and grooving. And don't forget your daily heart me's on TikTok, y'all. We are very behind on those too. The girlies got to get to work. I know we can do better than what we're doing right now. All right. I know it. For a queen. Play Minecraft with you is one of my dreams. Oh, I love that Strawberry. You're looking great, my guy. Thank you. Skelly West, it means a lot to me. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in. Katie, thank you for the heart read. And Jessica as well. And Barry. Hi, very best. How are you? But yes, it's our first I haven't played Fortnite since the last time we played on stream, which was what? Was it Friday? Did we play Fortnite Friday? Was it on Friday, y'all? I can't remember. Yes, this is like my new skin. I'm obsessed with Vocopia right now. It's so good, Samantha. Thank you. Yeah, tomorrow, guys, we're playing Tomodachi Life. I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be a blast. Was it Thursday? Oh, yeah, I was off on Friday. That's right. I didn't stream on Friday. That's right. Oh, I'm the bus driver. Oh, my God. Good luck to start. Hello. We're the bus driver to start, y'all. Yes, we have the Glee characters written down for Tomodachi Life. We also have Wendy Williams. We have Tonka Jahari. We have so many people we're going to add into the game. So you guys have to be here tomorrow for it because it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. Who's driving this bus? What is Tomodachi Life? It is basically if you took The Sims, Animal Crossing, kind of, I guess, maybe not really, but me characters and like the most unhinged vibes to one game. I don't even know how you would describe it, but you can make your own. It's like me characters, but it's insane. There's no filters. Like, it's crazy. I'm going to say Tundra because I can't say the first word on stream. If I could, I would. And Alan, thank you for the follow. Hi, Shan. It does very best. Yes. Hi, waning. Something going to be good for me. Yeah. Look at the bus driver. Y'all, we're gonna crash. Yeah. Don't let me drive the bus. I'm not going to lie. I didn't take a class on it. I think I've seen clips on it. Yes. We're doing them at the end of stream. Yes, we are doing one custom per our thing at the end of stream today, Kat. We'll do more if we slay up our goals, but yes, at the end of stream today, we are, or like towards the end of stream, we'll be doing the customs. So yeah, we got at least one planned, at least one. And if we do it, we'll do more if we can slay up the goal for more. I'm excited. Yeah, sure. Thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, this is our first game in, so. When I'm home, yes. It's our first one. And Zach, thank you for the heart me. I don't spam the chat. No, you're so fine. I can't see it, so you're good. Spam as much as you like. Y'all, first game in. We'll see how it goes. Anything changed since we played on Thursday? I don't think so, right? Also, we're almost at 10 followers, so if you're scrolling by, we brave, you should. Listen, we do it for fun. And guys, thank you for the gifties. Hi, Megan. How are you? Ooh, someone's healing over there. Hold on. Maria, thank you for the follow. I'm a little nervous. Watch us lose right now. Wait, there's a bunch of people. Wait. Holy! There were like... Okay, girl. Getting gangbanged at the bathhouse there. What the hell was that? Why were there literally 5 people there? Girl, there were 5 people there. That's insane. Tasha, usually it's for big gifts. So on TikTok, it's 5 gifted subs usually for a big one to pop up. That's a lot though. Don't feel like you have to do that. Or the bits also play things. If you do exclamation bits, it'll show you. That was like, there were like multiple third parties there. That was like insane. Well, if you're just running in, y'all, we'll play one though to introduce ourselves, to say hello.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
Don't call, just text me. Bitch, you slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald.
I-T-G-I-R-L.
Well,
You
yes.
know I am that girl. Bitch, don't kiss
Kiss and
tell.
tell.
It go from ATL.
Do. All right. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Is this person? Oh, let's see. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to respond to it. Sorry, I'm getting hate on my posts, y'all. People are going crazy. I'm getting so much hate right now. Thank you very best. Hello, welcome in. Jai, thank you for the pops. I need to like just ignore it, but it's so funny to see all the hate that I'm getting. First, no, it never does, Katie. The heated rival one, yes. People are like, these girly pops are on my ass about it. Hi, Coffee Moon Joy, welcome in. Guys, thank you for the gifties. I really appreciate it. Tasha with 100 biddies. Would you get hate? Yeah. Immediately got hate for it. Immediately did. I was like, girl, I'm not going to argue it with anybody anymore. But yes, welcome in. Even it's true. It's true. And the thing is, my take was like a lukewarm take. You know what I mean? Did I? Mushroom, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It was so lukewarm. Like, it wasn't even that. It wasn't even my full opinion on it. Not often, Aaliyah. I'm on gaming burnout right now, hardcore. So I don't really. Not much at all, actually. Not much at all, actually.
Put that candy back. I'm not buying you all that mess. Oh, try me.
Wait, do it. It played, Tasha. It played the Wendy Williams crying. That was the Wendy Williams one. Those ones are automatic. So all the Biddy ones are automatic. They play. Thank you, Lee. I appreciate it. And guys, sound off if you went and watched the full Pokemon vlog on my channel. Sound off if you did it and you supported it. I know many of you didn't because the average watch time was 3 seconds. And I'm clocking all of you who are Fortnite streamer watchers but didn't watch the video all the way through and said you did. I'm clocking all of you. You play every day? No. Not Fortnite. We're a variety streamer. I watched. I'm clocking you. I watched the whole thing. I know you did. Girl, where is their freaking chest? Oh my god. But I will. That's okay, Coffee Moon. What is this thing? Wait, hello? Oh, it's the thing up top there. I was like, wait. I was so confused. Brianna, thank you for the heart me. What's a game you'll always go back to? Probably Pokemon games. Honestly, like Nintendo. Yes, we're playing it tomorrow, Megan. Aaron, thank you for the heart me. We're playing it tomorrow. Oh, freaking Gabriel, okay. Probably Pokemon games or like Nintendo games in general.
Am I the drama? I don't
Tasha
think
with
I'm
another
the drama. Maybe I am.
Am I the villain?
I
don't think I'm the villain. But yes, we are playing Tomodachi Life tomorrow. I'm very excited about it. We already have some characters in mind to add to the game, so it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. My mom on the live. Wait, did you realms? Oh my gosh, I love that. I love that, guys. Thank you for being here. By the way, thank you. I hope you're having a wonderful Monday. I'm having a really good Monday. I woke up early. I got stuff done. Like things are good today, y'all. Adriana, thank you for the follow. I worked out. I did things. I existed. I worked on some other things, small things on the background too. Okay, Jim Bro. Jim Bro is in. I rode my... Girl, did that chest have nothing in it but bandages? Excuse me? Oh, we know the things. Now, hold on. Did that only have bandages in it? I slept all day. That's okay. Some days you need a day to sleep. Girl, I feel it. That's crazy. Getting blue balled by that right there. Wild. And some gold. Yeah. Real helpful. Girl, they've been doing that? That's annoying. That's like actually annoying. What we got going on over here? Let's see. Wait, hold on. Dude, it's like there's multiple third parties today. Girl, I cannot clock where this guy is. Oh, he's up there. I was like, I cannot clock where he is. Where is he? Girl, I'm done. Girl, I'm done. This is if this was gonna be today, we're off. I'm not kidding you guys. If this is what it's gonna be all day today, I'm not playing Fortnite. If this is what we're doing all day today, I'm not doing it. That's the second game. Oh my God. Insane. I swear to Christ. So fast. Like, that's insane. Yeah, this is wild. Yeah, the chest with no items is actually wild to me. Oh, wake up and not stay in bed for hours. I love that. Oh, so yes, we'll always swap around if we need to. Yeah, girl, that was crazy. I don't like the art style of Infinity Nikki. I don't love it. Yeah, Stack, it was amazing. I left it in the other room, but I was showing off the other ones too. We got 2 today from folks, so thank you so much. And guys, don't forget your daily heart meets if you're coming in. Have you watched WWE? Nah, it's not really my vibe. Mars, thank you for the follow. We're almost to, I want to see if we get to 50 heart meets this round, y'all. Let's see. Let's see if we can. Cheyenne, thank you for the follow too. I appreciate it. Here we go again. Where is this? Yeah, it's been crazy. Go to Skin 2. I love this sleepy twink. Honey, me too. Hannah, thank you for the heartbeat. Real has a great loot pool. Yeah, I should actually try Reload again. I know I keep looking at the Facebook comments. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, girl. Girl. People crazy. No! I'm dead. Oh my God, I only took 10 damage. Fall damage so inconsistent in this game. I thought I was dead for sure. I thought I was dead for sure. I thought it was over for us. I thought it was so ogre. But we live. But we live. I was like, that's it. Oh my God, I gasped. I don't even know how I didn't die. Like, I should have probably died there. I don't know. Whatever. 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 Lomo, thank you for the sub. Oh, you're a baddie. Girl, there's somebody down here, but I can't see where they are. Gotta be a bot, probably. Wait, where is she? Nicole, thank you for the follow. And guys, over here, daily heart me's. Oh, over here. I can catch up to her. This gotta be a bot. Oh my God, girl, can I land? Can I? No, maybe not. That username did not look like a bot to me. Lomo, 12 months. Wait, all full year. Can we get some slays in chat right now? Lomo's been sub for a full year. Girl, what are we doing? Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Slay. Kyler, thank you for the heartbeat. And Jess, thank you for the follow. And Amber as well. Thank you, guys. Pizza, pizza. I need to change the button for picking things up because it's also my inventory button, which doesn't really clock or work the right way. Doesn't really clock or work the right way. My Monday's amazing, Kyler. We just got started on TikTok. We've been yapping for a bit. I am a Sabrina Carpenter fan, yes. I like the Madonna stuff too. That was kind of fun. The Fresh Prince, thank you for the mints. Guys, we are just 12 harmies away from our harmy goal. Hi, Ashley. We are just 12 harmies away from our harmy goal, y'all. Hi, Juice Box, welcome in. I didn't follow you here. That's okay, Jess. No, I'm not super into the Save the World stuff. I'll be real. I will play Have to Go here in a second. Yeah. BBL removed now. I will be real. Madonna does not. She looks so good for her. Like, I mean, obviously I know she's had work done or whatever, but like she looks real good for her age. I'm going to be real though. Your comment of they're not eating fiber, that's for sure on the Heated Rivalry video. Sid! Guys, I'm getting, like, the Heated Rivalry video is crazy right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, it's crazy right now. I'm not a huge Coachella fan in general, but I did enjoy Sabrina's performances for sure. The ones that I did see. Guys, thank you for those heart meets. But as a legend, listen, I hope that how old is Madonna? Does anybody know? I actually have no idea. This is our third game, Gabby. So it's still too early to tell. I'm just trying to grab this. Wait, can I get it before this person starts shooting at me? Girl, why is this bugged out? 70s, I think. Oh, okay, T. Girl, can I hit a... Girl, my shots are... Do you see me? I'm shooting right now and I'm shooting blanks. I am legit, guys. I'm legit shooting blanks right now. Do you see this right now? How did I go down 12 health there? Oh, this game is so ass. This game sucks, guys. Like, it's the most buggy game I've ever played. Like, can they please fix this game? Oh, this is insane to me. Did you guys see all of that, like, insane, just blank shots there? Like, I was holding my mouse down and nothing was happening. It's so bugged right now. Like, it's actually... Like, this is crazy, guys. Oh, my God. This is so bad. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even want to, like, play. It's this bad. Like, it's... When it's this buggy, it's not even fun to play. Like, just take the kill, dude. Like, just take the fucking kill. You know what I mean? My shots are not firing. Like, nothing is, like, it's actually miserable. It's actually miserable. Hi, Kayla. We'll keep going for a little bit, but guys, I'm gonna be real with you. If it's like this for more than 3 more games, I'm calling it early on Fortnite. I'll tell you that much. Because I'm not doing that today. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yes, Kayla, we're playing Tomodachi Life tomorrow. Like, I literally, did you guys see that I was shooting my weapon and nothing was coming out of the gun? I was like, it's crazy. I'm on PC, Emma. I'm on PC. I'm like, listen, I know when someone's better than me, but it's the fact that they're, like, so much better than me, and then also I'm getting, like, tons of bugs and lag. It's, like, insane. You know what I mean? It'd be one if it was one or the other, but girl, not both. I can handle one, not both, you know? AOS, thank you for that reset, by the way. I missed that. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. We're halfway with the symbol already. Yeah, like, I mean, I'm in the red connection already. My ping's 95, and my ping is never this bad, too. I might do rank today, honestly. But, like, my ping is literally almost to 100 right now, which I don't get because usually it's fine. Sometimes Amber, but not often. Not often. Especially if it's a first-time chatter coming in and saying, do you play with followers? Usually not. Like, I'm like, girl. I'm like, girl. But guys, if you're joining in, welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm still having a fabulous day, even with Fortnite being crazy. And I love being able to chat with you guys. So I hope you all are doing well. Thank you for the follow, Debbie Boom. Welcome in. Yeah, my ping right now is not, it's never this high. It's 109 right now. Like, it's never this high. Boardman, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Keith, thank you for the roses. Hi, Abby. And guys, if you're seeing this live on your FYP, can you say slay in the chat? Yes, Morgan, let me know how it goes for you. Oh, Amber, gotcha. Yes, we sometimes do, like, we're doing a custom match later on this afternoon. But usually there's a redeem that you can earn on Purple by watching with your channel points to do a viewer game. And sometimes we do sub games as well. Slay. Thank you, baddies. Yeah, I'm hoping to, like, I don't know if there's anything I can do to get my ping to not be so bad. Like, it's so low, right? It's so high right now. My ping is never this high. Like, would restarting my game help with the ping? I have no idea. I'm on a significant delay, though. Like, I will press a button and something happens a second later. Oh my God, I haven't used the hammer revolver yet. Is it good? Wait, T, I haven't used this new weapon yet, guys. Oh my God, the delay's crazy. You got second plays? Oh no. Has a long pull out. Okay, Queen, I see you.
Sashay away.
Okay, Queen, long pull out. I see you. Guys, we're only 5 heart meets from our heart meet goal. And let's see if we can set that up because we're 30 minutes in and we haven't hit that yet, girls. We gotta work. We gotta work on that. Okay, let me swap these two around. Yeah, my ping is, I don't know. Like, would restarting my game help with the ping? You think maybe? Hi, Kimmy, thank you for the follow. We're gonna yell. We're gonna shout out the next 5 people who send the heart me Zelda. Finish that heart me out. Heart me goal out. Yeah, she's so bugged right now. Like, it's kind of crazy how bugged it is. I'm like, all right. As a reminder, you can send the heart me just by clicking up by my face on over here on TikTok. Here we go again. Yeah. Yeah, my ping is insane right now. Maddie, thank you for that army. I appreciate you, Maddie. Where's that other person? It could, but Fortnite bugs really have the layout showing. Yeah, like it's actually wild. Yeah, I mean, if the ping issue here, here's the thing: if I were having like actual connection issues, my stream, I would not be having like a clear stream right now. You know what I mean? Like my stream would be buggy, like I'd be crashing. You know what I mean? That's how I can always tell if it's a me issue or if it's a Fortnite issue. Tombstone with the dino. Angry Girl with a heartbeat. All right, we'll restart after this match and see, because right now I'm still like in the hundreds, and I'm never in the. I'm usually in like the 40s. Keith, thank you for the tiny dinies. Thank you so much. We get some slays for that, y'all. Insane. Because like I actually want to play today. I just want it to not be like bugged out, you know? Yeah, I'm not lagging while running right now, which is good. Which is good. Cowboy, thank you for the heart. Here we go again. Where is this Salsa Verde person? Like, hello? I cannot clock where he is. Guys, thank you for those heartbeats. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's like I am rubber banding a little bit, but not crazy. I love Salsa Verde. Me too. Not crazy. It seems that, but there is an input delay. Like my keyboard is not. It's like the ping is like crazy. I'm trying to find my rival, y'all. Y'all say that her goal. Yes, thank you. I'm doing good, McKenna. How are you? Doing Neutron? I get there very often. Welcome in, though. Oh, okay, that was bad. Here he is. Maybe. Girl, come on. Whoa! Okay, I'm like glitching. Oh my god, I'm glitching. Oh my god. I literally can't even fight this bot. Like, that's how... I'm like rubber banding like crazy. Oh my god, that was insane, guys. I like green salsa a lot. Ooh, honey. Ooh, that's bad. Irv, thank you for the 7 minutes, by the way. Girl, can I speak today? Did you guys see that there for a second, though? The, like... The crazy, like... Rah, rah, rah. It's harder. It's... Because I can feel it, too, you know what I mean? Based off of, like, my keyboard input. You know what I'm saying? I wonder when the next update is. I just want them to fix the ping issue for sure, you know? So basically, no Final Fantasy 2, literally. And you better hope to death that they have worse ping than you do. You better hope and pray they got worse ping than you do, baby. But guys, I had a fabulous weekend. We went to a Pokemon show. I went to this huge thrift store with over 200 vendors inside of it, which was insane. Which was so fun. I bought a bench. And I bought like probably 300 Pokemon cards. So had a crazy... Crazy, nice little weekend away. I won't lie. It was very nice. It was very nice. Happy, thank you for that heart me, by the way. Yeah, Gabby, I actually really love doing that little IRL moment on TikTok. That was a fun moment. It was kind of cool. I actually enjoyed that a lot. We might do more of those. Even just like a get ready with me or like a, I don't know. Just more of that type of stuff. I think it'd be a lot of fun, you know? I'm like, where am I gonna shot from here? Girl, let me practice this. Okay. Hold on, get third party, maybe. Was there somebody else here? I swear I saw somebody else. You're my grinder date? Girl, my grinder dates are ghosting me. My grinder dates have been ghosting me. Girl, my input is so... This is so laggy. It's insane. Yes, something right with me. Would you do the IRL stuff on TikTok? I would love to do it on both eventually, for sure. It's just TikTok is kind of funky on those things. Oh my God, it's wild right now. Happy, thank you for the capybara. Siva, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's like the lag is insane with me right now. It's kind of crazy. Oh my gosh. Yeah, like I have... What's good ping again, guys? I don't even know what good ping is these days. Is it like 40, right? Isn't 40 the goal? Isn't 40 the goal? Yeah, we've been growing for sure. A lot of lurkers. It's always so funny how chat fat moves so fast on purple, and then when we start on TikTok, it goes so much slower. Is it like 40? I think it's like 40, right? Girl, I have no idea, right? Yellow Starburst, thank you for the sub. Oh my God, 6 months, half a year, baddie. Hi, Dr. Pepper. 3060 is usually the best, but 30 and below is the goal. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, like I'm at 105 right now. And I've been solidly in the hundreds the whole time today. Nasty, thank you for the follow too. Like I can't even like it's kind of crazy. And I couldn't handle it. That's how bad it is right now. I'm like, ooh, girl, I can't even breathe. I wonder if other streamers are having the same issue today. Or if it's just me. Hi, Miss, I'm doing good. My favorite season, I love spring and I love fall. It's raining, or it's snowing here right now though, so not this type of spring. I need to practice with that new shotgun, y'all. Do I have everything on the screen? Yeah, I have the red X. Oh, I went down a little bit. It keeps going all up and down. Hi, Purple Pillow. Guys, we're almost to 50 followers on TikTok, by the way. Horse Diva with the follow. Okay, Horse Diva. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm like, there's like a 1 second delay to me opening. Like I already hit F a minute, like a second ago. Like it's just, there's a delay to me doing anything right now. Liz, thank you for the follow. I'm doing good, Kasha. How are you? We're just been kind of chatting, trying to play Fortnite, although it's turning into lag simulator a little bit. My baddie, of course. I am gonna restart the game after this round and hopefully it adjusts a little bit. Like I don't even want to get into a fight because I feel like if I try and get into a fight, I'm just gonna die. You know what I mean? Like, girl, my shots weren't even registering. My shots were not even registering on the car there. Ooh. Look, they're not even like registering fully. Wait, that's crazy. That's like crazy. Hi, Brant, welcome in. That boy is corrupt. Yeah, I'm like... Damn, I wish I bought Tomodachi Life earlier so we could do that today instead. Girl, I'm like... Girl, my shots are... I can't even fire my gun, dude. Like, I'm hitting my shots, but it's like there's like a significant delay. Oh my gosh. We have lots of viewers. We have 155, unless there's more that I'm not seeing. That boy is corrupt. You raised me to learn me, baby. Using exit lag lately because it's so bad. Yeah. Okay, wait, I did kind of eat with... I will say, I kind of love this hammer revolver. Not gonna lie. I feel like I kind of eat with it. Girl, the lag is so crazy. Oh, I should have reloaded. Ooh. Ooh. Hi, Alexis. Consumello, thank you for the harmony, by the way. All right, no, everybody's running from me. Wait, was there any loot here that I kind of needed? Let me actually like try and lock in a little bit. Oh, okay, take that. I'm gonna take the dualies instead because I feel like I can't even hit a shot right now. I can't even hit a shot right now. We're gonna take these instead too. Hi, Blondie. Did I miss a gold SMG? Was it this one though? Can't see map or loadout. Oh my god, you're right. I'm not on the right thing. There you go. Sorry guys. Now you should be able to see it. Sorry guys, I was on the wrong thing. On vertical. Hopefully that is that right now, y'all? Girl, did that land a shot? I can't even tell. I literally cannot tell if that landed a shot or not. My ping is so bad. Oh. Guys, I was firing and nothing. It was like a second after. Oh, this is awful. I love it if I could try it. Oh my god. Girl.
Sashay away.
Well, if you're new here, baddies, let's do a little hello to say hi.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
Don't call, just text me. Bitch, it's slow, can't get
Oh my god, she's bald.
ITGIRL. You know
I am that girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It go from
Ooh.
ATL.
Ooh. Yeah, I was obviously thinking that time. Yeah, right? Like, it's kind of crazy. Okay, let me try and close out of the game and come back in. Is that the vibe? Mike, thank you for the follow. Like, I don't know how to really fix the ping issue per se. Hi, Captain. How are you? Here I go again. Like, I don't really know. Hi, Jess. I am having an amazing day. Thank you. Thank you. Do 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 do. Oh Lord. Sorry, I'm responding to the message on this. Again, people are going crazy. Oh, Lordy Lou. Oh, Lordy Lou. It's so annoying. Wait, what's coming in, coming back? Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's try it. Oh, look what this guy just commented, guys. Wait, let me read this one. Hey, so it's not just what women want. I, as a gay man, want that too. Stop making us a monolith. It's okay if you don't like it, but there's nothing morally or arguably wrong with it. If you hate it so much, write your own erotic fan fiction about chubby gay men that suck at Fortnite. Then that's a story. Oh, you're down bad. Girl, go take a shower. Like, girl, that's insane. Girl, that's insane. People are crazy. Hi, Lemon. Girl, people are crazy. Tombstone, thank you for the galaxy.
Works 2 jobs, who loves her kids and never stops.
People are
With
wild.
gentle hands and the heart of a fighter.
Hi, Lemon. Tombstone, thank you. Wait, I missed a Corgi too. Wait, I missed a Corgi. Thank you for the Corgi Tombstone as well. Sorry, guys. People are like roasting me in that fucking. I'm gonna delete the video. Girl. It's this and fucking Swifties. I can't do it. I guess it's. Did I just crash? I'm gonna lose my fucking mind if I just crashed. Can you guys see me? Did I crash? Can you guys see me on TikTok? Hello? Am I there? Yes? Am I normal? Are we caught up? Girl, I don't know what happened. Everything broke. Everything broke. Oh, God. I don't know what. I hate OBS, but I can't use Meld because they're AI freaks now. Ugh. Ugh. Hold on, y'all. Girl, today's going to test me. Today's going to test me. I'm telling you. Okay, we should be good now. Yeah, we crashed for like a minute there. Okay, we're all good. Okay, slay. I'm glad we didn't crash fully. Like, my OBS went boop. Better now. Okay, slay. And it's Monday. I know, I'm like, girl, give me a minute. Okay, my ping is much better now. It's 48 right now, guys. It is much better than it was. Maybe this fixed it. My ping is now below 50. Honestly, right now my goal is below. Well, it just went up. Music, would I be allowed to make that? Of course. Absolutely, Tim. Absolutely. Okay, I feel like it's a little bit better, hopefully. Yeah, we're at 44. Maybe I just needed to like restart the game. Guys, everyone cross your fingers in your pussies. What did he say? Hold on. Hold on. These lips are crossed. Thank you, Lemon Squeeze. Cross those lips, ladies. Girl, y'all are killing me. Jamie, thank you for the follow. Hi, Lucy. Welcome in. With all the comments, thank you, Jamie. Welcome in. We're happy to have you if you're new here. If you are joining in, y'all, for the first time, my name is Zesty Bestie or Vinny. We don't just play Fortnite. We play a lot of different games, but we're vibing today, or trying to play Fortnite if it allows me to, without us crashing every 3 seconds. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens. As of right now, my ping is much better, though. So everyone cross your fingers. Tombstone, thank you for the laughing taco. Dentist right now. Oh, okay, dentist. I need to make an appointment for the dentist, actually. Thanks for the reminder. Do I have to go? Yes, for you, I will right now. But girl, you could also go on Spotify. But girl, also go on Spotify. You're welcome to it. But you know I love you, Tavita. Wait, Claire, I just saw your heart rate. Cozy Claire, wait, how are you? I missed that. I don't know if you're still here or not. I hope you're doing well. Okay, I can't tell if this is going to be a bot or not. I never know. This username to me, I can't fully tell. Ooh, over here, maybe? Yeah, bot. Okay. I can't tell with the bot or not. My weekend was fabulous. It was very, very good. I had a lovely weekend. Purple, we don't post a schedule anymore. We don't post a schedule. We haven't posted a schedule in a couple months now. We don't really post a schedule, but I'm live every day at our usual. I'm not planning to have any days off this week. Niall, thank you for the follow. Would you say you're good at Fortnite? I would say I'm not bad at Fortnite. Although somebody in my comment section who got mad about Heated Rivalry just said I sucked at it, so. I don't know. I don't know. Here I go again. Girl, I just noticed this. What the hell? I just noticed this pose. Nah, Lex, I don't participate anymore. Thank you, Fushi. I appreciate it. Girl, wait, I've never seen this before. Look at that. The arch is the wrong way, honey. Wrong way, girl. Wrong way, sweetheart. Cue that pose IRL? Yes, but the other way around. And tell your mans. But the other way around. Oh. Do I know who Cupcake is? Yes. Baby, you're on one today? I am. Wait, what is this here? Oh my God, I can't see. I want that mammoth gun again. I'm gonna keep trying that. I like that a lot, actually. I feel like it's a faster shot mammoth. Am I crazy? That new mammoth gun. What is it called? What is it called, y'all? I can't remember the name of it. Yeah, I don't really care about the quest. I'll get it eventually. Hi, Kylie. I'll start the game. Hammer Revolver. No, Megan, I haven't seen it yet. All right, wait for that to go. I wonder if I can buy it. Well, I don't want to buy it. I don't have rivalry points anyways. Apple, I hope you're doing okay, though. Good, Kylie. I did get most things done. I did get most of the things done. Wait, really? That's crazy, Megan. Wild. Wild. Did that shoot out anything yet? Jorge, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Here I go again. Oh, okay. Thank you to those who are defending me in the chat. A lot of you are defending my my posts. Thank you guys. You guys are very kind. Sorry, I'm looking at the comments still. It's kind of funny. I can't believe it. I can't believe it went so crazy. Like, it's literally just my opinion on something. I'm gonna keep this. Yeah. Hi, McGrumpy Pants. Hi, No Knees. What happened? Oh, I posted about. Oh, I missed that one. I didn't see that one, baby. I posted about my hot take on Heated Rivalry, and people went crazy. They ghosted me. They like, I haven't had this much hate since I talked about Taylor Swift. Like, people went crazy. What were they saying? Oh, someone said, if you want to write your own fan fiction, that's not real or that's realistic, write one about a fat chubby man playing Fortnite badly. Yeah, KP, the tuna melt one was a joke. Like, the tuna melt thing, guys, was literally a joke. Like, I don't know how people are not taking that as a joke. Like, literally, I said, it, like, my tone, like, the entire thing about it was such a joke that I was like, girl. Like, my favorite thing is people being like, actually, it's realistic to eat a tuna melt and bottom. I'm like, guys, I'm not, like, it's a joke. Holy shit. They're like, actually, it's grounded in realism. I'm like, guys, this is the Daenerys Targaryen and the fucking dragons, okay? I'm like, it's a joke. List all your favorite musicians. I mean, I love Adele. I also do love Chapel. I love Sabrina right now. Olivia Dean. I know. What we're doing is crazy. I'm like, girl. And I'm sorry, the hot take that I have is that Heated Rivalry in general would not be as popularized if it did not fit a very digestible version of gay men for the female gaze. The same way that straight men are obsessed with watching two women make out, in this day and age, women are extremely obsessed with watching muscular men make out. I see it all the time. I see it literally every day. You know what I mean? So this show would not be popular if it was someone who looked like me in the show, or if it was a trans man in the show. Girl, you're just RBX. Yes, I am gay. Congratulations. Like, that's the whole tea. Like, that's the whole tea. You know what I mean? Yeah. Chloe, thank you for the follow. Because they're hot. The thing is, the love story is fine. I think the love story is fine. I think the love story is fine, in my opinion. Like, it's fine. But I also don't know How do you feel about the other couple? I think that's my favorite part about the whole show, B. Like, that to me actually was the storyline that I was like, I actually loved this. Lucy, thank you for the sub. Like, it was my favorite episode. Like, the moment I saw that, like, the B plot was the best part of the whole show, in my opinion. The B plot was the best part of the whole show. Because that was a very realistic version of someone who needed to come out of the closet but couldn't come out of the closet. And I was like, yes, this is so real to me. Like, this is saddening, it's cute, it's lovely. And then, like, that to me, I was into. You know what I mean? But, like, so many people are so obsessed because they're so, like, I was saying this literally a couple weeks ago when I went out to that club or whatever, the gay club, and I showed you guys videos from or whatever, or the day that I went. When I was there, a bunch of girls brought their boyfriends to this drag show gay club and forced them to dance with the male strippers on stage and watched them and recorded them for their own enjoyment. Multiple women. And one of them was wearing a Heated Rivalry shirt. Like, they're all it is, guys. They just want their boyfriends to fuck. And I'm like, my God, just go on Sean Cody. Like, it's that, like, that's my whole point, you know? Like, that's the popularity of it. And I'm like, girl. Not Sean Cody. It's true, though. You know what I mean? It's so odd, though. But it happens all the time. I mean, girl, the amount of people who ask me about if I like Heated Rivalry every week, I'm like, why don't you guys, nobody has asked me, by the way, about my opinions on Glee, about my opinions on any other gay story that's come out. It's only Heated Rivalry because it's the heteronormative look. And I'm sorry, but all my like Trump supporting friends that I'm not friends with anymore, obviously, but we're friends with in high school are posting about how much they love this show on Facebook. And I'm like, okay, girl, you cannot watch Heated Rivalry and then vote for Trump. Like, you're choosing where you want to watch just men screw, but you don't want to help vote for our rights. You know what I mean? Cooking with Diva. Yeah, it's like also backwards. I would love to do more cooking streams, Tim. So Glee, I love Glee. Oh, I love Glee. I think Glee is a very realistic representation on the experience of things, you know? It's just it's just fetish stuff at that point. And that's my whole take. But girl, people are crazy in there. People are crazy in there right now. I'm doing good, Mama Pagey. It's phenomenal. Yeah, like I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you most of those people who are obsessed with it have not watched Pose, have not watched, you know, Call Me By Your Name. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just like, you haven't watched other queer literature that's existed for years. Hi, Josh. How are you, babes? Yeah, it's like a fetishization at this point, you know? Yes, but definitely not fetish. Exactly. Like, I don't mind them being hot or whatever. Yeah, we're talking about Heated Rivalry because people are crazy on my post right now. People are going wild. Like, I don't mind it being something that is for the female gaze, whatever. But it's gotten to the point now where me as a gay man, when I go out, I've been asked multiple times by people, like, make out with this. Like, they just want to watch men make out. And I'm like, girl, like, that's not, you know. Like, it's weird. It's weird. And also, I kind of feel bad. Don't make me feel bad for a straight man. But I feel bad for the straight men who literally are like, I'm not gay. Why are you trying to make me gay? You know what I mean? Girl, my shot missed. I hate my life. Watch me die here. Girl, I cannot land a shot on this guy. I can't believe my ping on this one. This is just me being bad at the game. I can't believe my ping on this one. This is just me being bad at the game, y'all. Because my ping is fine. Like, don't make me feel bad for a straight man. Like, don't make me do it. You know what I mean? Like, don't. Like, don't make me feel bad for one. Girl, she's come back. Girl! Girl! Oh my God, he was so low, too. Why did they just stop fighting? He ran to heal. But I also was low too, so I didn't want to push him. Tommy, thank you for the follow. Yeah, he was so weak. That's okay. That's okay. I'd rather, if it's sweaty, that's fine. But when it's laggy and sweaty that I've been having, it's crazy. Nope, wait. It took me to blitz. The lag was crazy to start there. Favorite character? My favorite character in the show is Sue, because I think she's hysterical. But my favorite love story in the show, God, I don't know. Yeah, Devin, I kind of don't love it either. I thought I did, but you really have to have amazing aim with it. You know? Toot, toot, toot. I'm just reading thing here. Sorry, looking at my... Well, I got blocked, y'all. I drove in a car yesterday and the car... Wait, that's wild. Congrats, bestie. Are you going to do karaoke festival? Yeah, we're going to try it today. We're going to try it today. Bestie, I know you've said a million times, but what's your creator code? That's SD Bestie. It's my like username, my handle username on TikTok. Sorry, I'm looking at stuff real quick. I just have to keep looking at the comments because it's, you know, I cannot. Cutsmell, think with the finger hearts. Gross is I know. You got games on your phone? Yeah. I actually don't play games on my phone. I'm not a huge mobile gamer. My ping's back up. Look at my ping right now, guys. I'm gonna pass out. Girl, look at my ping right now. Girl, I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up. Do I just need to keep logging out and logging back in? Sammy, thank you for the donuts. Is that what I need to do, is just log out every game and then come back in? Like, how do I fix this? Kaylee, the skin's actually coming to the shop tonight, I believe, actually. Somebody said in the chat it was. Why am I trying to buy something? Hello? I have no money. Really? Yes. Yeah, like I'm... Okay, it's back down to 7. It's at 69 right now. I'm like, okay, girl. But I'm having like... yeah, I'm just having like, constant. Kind of wild. Guys, thank you for the follows if you're joining in, by the way. I appreciate it. Only mobile game I need is Sudoku. I don't even know how Sudoku works. Hey, Smitty!
It's Brittany, bitch.
It's Brittany, bitch.
And I am back.
And I'm back. Thank you so much for the fireworks. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know what is going on. Ooh. Excuse me, thank you for the finger. Oh my God, first gift. Wait, Lemon, thank you for choosing to do a gift in here. That means a lot to me. Sudoku hurts my head. I'm going to also say something kind of crazy, guys. Thank you, Lucy. I appreciate it. I've never played Wordle before. I don't think I'd enjoy it, so I never played it. I don't know how Wordle works. I've watched other people play it. I don't understand the green block. I don't get it. I don't understand Wordle. I don't get it. I see people play it in the Discord every day. I have no idea how Wordle works. And I don't think I want to. Not yet, Alexandra, no. Alien! Oh my gosh, gifting us stuff. Thank you. Files, verify files. Okay, I'll try that. If we have ping issue, well, we have ping issue now, but I'll try it after this round. Lemons, thank you for the heart me. That's crazy. I have never, like, I was not part of the Wordle craze. Cassie, thank you for the follow. I was not part of the Wordle craze. Girl, I have no idea what that bot's doing today. Wordle just master around 5-letter words, really easy. Is it just like trying to figure... Okay, somebody explain Wordle to me. So is it just trying to... You're just trying to like figure out the word of the day? Is that what... And do the words like... How does it work? Like, what does it give you when you first start the Wordle, I guess? Oh my God. Like Hangman? Okay. And so do you get hints or clues? No, it's just the regular side. Oh my God, I'm lagging, guys. Woo. Okay, we're okay. This is on the usual side. It used to be on the other side a long time ago, Papama, though. You can get hints. Okay. And do the words, are they connect? Like, I don't understand because there's all these different, like, are there multiple words? Are the lines and blocks like different words or something? Like, I guess I don't understand This is me being dumb. But like, are those just your other guesses? Oh, okay. So like you put the word in. So you put the first word in. So say the word is Jello at the bottom. And you start the guess with, I don't know. Just give me another word. I don't know. Another word that fits it. And you have like the J and the O are correct. Those will light up green and the rest will be wrong. Is that the T? Yes. Okay. Oops, somebody's here. Okay, I see. I see. And how many guesses do you get? You get 5 guesses. And so the goal is to try and get it in the least amount of guesses. Is that like how you win? Okay. Yeah, that sounds so uninteresting to me. I don't like anything I have to engage with my mind. Girl. How is he shooting me through the thing there? Try it once. Such a fast learner, Papa. That's me. Do you see he was like shooting me through the wall? Also, mind you, he wasn't looking up at me. Right? I wasn't dumb there, right? He wasn't like looking up at me. Chad, I think he's hacking. You know the person who creates the daily Wordle? Ooh, okay, connections. Do you think maybe? Honestly, maybe. If we crash out on Fortnite, let's do the Wordle. Yeah. Imagine me crashing out at the Wordle, though. Imagine me crashing out at the Wordle. That would be the real funny thing. Not Connections being another game on New York Times. Okay, Connection. Oh, it's another game? Oh, is that the joke? Oh. See, guys, I don't know. I don't know. I've never played Wordle before. I've literally never played Wordle before. Or Connections, I guess. I played neither. Girl, did you see how long that took to load in there? Oh my god. Oh my god. I need to learn the Super Shredder, guys. I heard it's really good. Age, thank you for the sub with Prime. I appreciate you, Batty. I appreciate you. Hi, Lexi. Wait, when did they add this boss in? I've never seen this. Ooh. I'm gonna die here. I don't know why I'm pushing it. This is dumb. I'm gonna lose. Girl, am I hitting her? Where is she? Where'd she go? Girl, there is, do you see that delay there? I don't know if you guys can see it. You probably can't. Do you see the delay there at all? Hi, Denise, how are you? From my work day? I love that. Small update. Oh, did they push a small update? Okay. Is it the Wordle statement? Scroll back up? Well, I'm glad. But welcome in if you're new, baddie. That was like, actually, I don't think you guys can see the lag, but on my end, I'm having like crazy lag. There's like, if you can see like that slight delay there with the stuff dropping out of the chest, that's kind of the tea that's happening for me right now. My favorite Wordle first word sales. Yeah, so have any of you guys gotten the Wordle like first time then? And like what happens when you get it first? Do you like get a prize? Or is it just like the sake of knowing that you got it right away? Yes, one time. It's just a confidence boost? Okay. It's just a confidence boost. Okay, you post about it on Facebook? Yeah, that's what I see is I see people post with all the green and yellow squares, but I don't understand what that means. You know what I mean? Like that's what, like I see like the green and yellow squares. And I'm like, I don't know what this fucking means. Or orange squares or whatever. So do you get a hint? Also, I love that I'm like, I could also just go play the goddamn game. Thank you for the follow, Lost, by the way. Welcome in. Like, do you so how do you know what the word is then when you start? You just throw any word you want to right away? Like I write the word bussy down and that's the first word and you just hope to God that that's the right word? You raw dog it? Oh. It's always a 5-letter word. If bussy is a word. Well, there's only so many 5-letter words you can choose from, right? How many 5-letter words are there? Jesus. They're going to run out eventually. Word they use first. Okay. A lot. Wait, why are you actually kind of funny? Roasted.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call, just text me. Bitch is slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald. You get the intro for that.
TGIRL.
You know I am that girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell. Hit girlfriend ATL.
Oh my God, she's bald. So it would be like Bones. Okay. Gotcha. Also, if you're new here, guys, we don't just play Fortnite. We also do yapping. We do Minecraft's on a little bit of a hiatus, but we're playing Tomodachi Life tomorrow, which I'm very excited about. We are going to be making the Glee cast in the game. I think my plan is to do the Glee cast, Tonka Jahari, Wendy Williams, Trisha Paytas, maybe a few others too. What an intro. Why they say like, yeah, I know. Well, that's what they're saying in my comment section, that I can't be fun. I'm like, girl. I'm like, ooh. Do you play other games? Yes, we do. I just listed all them off unless you missed it. I literally just said every single one unless you missed them. Edward Cullen, that's me. I did see the Obama and Charlie Kirk one. Andrew, thank you for the follow. The Pope. You also have to make yourself. Do I, though? I feel like I should play as Mr. Schuster. Do you play Roblox, Twin? I can't find anything interesting on Roblox to play. That's my tea with Roblox. I can't find anything interesting to play on Roblox. All I play really is Dress to Impress, though. I'll turn my fan off. Mr. Who? Girl, get out of here. You don't know who Mr. Shu is? Of course, good question. Drag me. Hello. Play a spooky game. I know. That is on the list. Dress to Impress with my baddies. The thing with Dress to Impress now is you literally have to be like, you have to have a doctorate in Dress to Impress to play Dress to Impress now. What's your tea, Megan? You have to have a goddamn doctorate to play Dress to Impress. Oh, I hate Five Nights at Freddy's. Not because I don't like the game, but because I don't like the point and click. Something else, yeah. Like, it used to be fun when it was like, you know, you were just doing a cute little you had a boy over. I love that for you, Megan. I hope it was fabulous. It used to be more fun when I could just like make something, but now they're making like whole dioramas and shit in Dress to Impress. And I'm like, girl, I don't have, and in like in a minute and a half. And I'm like, oh. I'm like, oh. It's too much for me. Guys, we're 9 followers away from 50 followers on TikTok this stream. So if you're scrolling by and you're not following, you're homophobic. So you better click that follow button right now. Otherwise, you are a homophobe. And that's kind of crazy. What is it? Okay, literally. Okay, diorama just Emma and Cammy and Allie. You guys are allies. And Bar Cuero as well. Can anyone else hear him? No, I'm mute. We don't make the rules. Thank you guys for the follows. Like I watched somebody make a fish tank aquarium. So the prompt I was in this several weeks ago. You did, Yuji. The other Jack and Gabby. The prompt was it wasn't an aquarium, it was Finding Nemo for Dress to Impress, right? I did just like a red outfit or orange outfit to be one of the clownfish. Somebody made, I'm not kidding you, a diorama with little fishies inside of it. How? I have no goddamn clue. But it looked amazing. I was like, I don't... Yeah, they tore me up. I came in last place. I was like, I don't even know what I can do at this point. Like, how do I play this game? Them damn VIPs. I'm like, how do I play this game? And not get ate the F up? And they did it in like a minute and a half. I was like, what? Yeah, you can buy a Game Pass to resize and rotate items. Yes, like it's like sweats everywhere, literally in this game. Wait, do you normally play Fortnite? I mean, I play Fortnite, but other games too. We play both. But Fortnite's one of our mains. Yeah, Kimmy. Fortnite's one of our main games. Or like one of the regulars, I guess. One of the regs. Was there Bogopi yesterday? I love that. Girl, why have I ran into like, nope. Girl, fix this bug, please. I'm hoping when I restart the, I love Rivals. I'm currently gold 1 and I cannot get to freaking plat. But I have 6 lords on Marvel Rivals. Thank you, Tyler. I've been loving filming Pokemon content. So if you guys have seen it and haven't supported it yet. Do you see this? Do you see that? How is that? You saw it go red. I hit her. And yet no numbers pop up. You saw that, right? Like, we're not crazy here. We all just saw that happen. Girl, why are you not streaming Rivals? Community does not let me play in it. That's crazy. Again, I know when I don't hit my shots, but when it lights up red that I registered a shot and it's not taking any damage. Now hold on a damn minute. That's infuriating. Yeah, Tabitha, you can add it onto your game. 3 loads a week. I have 6 lords total. There have been cheating videos on that. Do I have a cheater in my midst? Thanks, Emma. Do I have a cheater in my midst? Is that the problem? That would be T. They have plot armor? What is plot armor? Whatever, Lesbo. Thank you for the heart me. Love that name, babes. Okay, that's a cheat. Girl, okay, I'm just watching a cheater. You just saw, girl, are we fucking blind? Did you guys just see that? I mean, that's just a cheat there, girl. That is literally just a cheat. Girl, that is literally just a cheat, honey. Girl, be more obvious. Girl, be more fucking obvious. Christ almighty. No footsteps, mind you. Mind you, I'm kind of... Girl, and one-shot me with the chaos reload. Yeah. Oh, we're reporting for cheating. Let's watch. Girl, that's crazy. I've actually never seen like cheating that obvious before. Oh, that's insane, guys. Oh, now I'm going to keep watching them because I want them to not cheat and lose. That was crazy. They had the dash orb? No. It wasn't just the dash orb, guys. There were other things going on. No, guys, he was cheating. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you. He was cheating. I know what the dash orb does. I'm telling you guys, this man is cheating. Guys, I'm not talking about just that one moment where I was fighting him. You missed the if you just came in from the FYP and are now being like, oh my God, he wasn't cheating, you missed the 5 minutes earlier where we watched him take damage and not take any damage. That's what I'm saying. If you are just coming in now and being like, you just missed your shots, you didn't see the rest. You didn't see the rest of the video, and now he lost on purposefully. That's what I mean to tell you. Like, girl, we all watched it happen. And if you're joining and being like, thank God they lost, I'm so happy. Okay, wait, how do I report them? Here we go. No, that's not Rough Rip. Girl, you were not here. I'm telling you right here, you were not here. Has, what is it called? Plot, what is it? Plot armor or whatever? Plot armor and also auto aim specifically shot a few minutes earlier. Or is plot armor not the thing? Don't say that. Is that not the thing? Is it bad? Okay. Cheating. Plot armor's a joke? Oh, okay. I don't actually know what it is. Girl, what the hell was that? Took shots that registered but took no damage. Also, extreme movement. Watch back VOD. Thank you. There we go. Except, make sure it's the right person. It was that person. It was the same skin. It was the same skin. It was the same skin. Cypher's so funny. I know. Girl, Flower's looking at main character doesn't get her or something. Oh, I see. I love your report's so classy. You should see some of my other ones. But guys, if you're like, he wasn't cheating, you just had bad aim, please go back and watch my VOD and you will see exactly what I'm talking about. Wait, what happened? We caught a hacker of like very obviously hacking. Like very obviously hacking. Jukui, yes, I'm gonna put it on. I know you were asking me because I know you bought it for me. I'll put it on soon. This is becoming like, I'm trying to make this my icon skin a little bit. Just watch the VOD back, guys. I don't want to go to watch a replay. Also, everybody who's asking for replay and is not following me, then I'm not going to do a replay for you. If you follow me right now, then I'll think about it. But you coming in here saying replay without following, girl, what do you think you get? You think you have any goodwill in here? That's not how it works. Caitlin, thank you for the follow. That's not how it works, Logan. Coming in here being like replay without following me. Sorry, what do I look like? A monkey free to dance for you? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's giving you're mad and push and lost, bestie. It's giving you are a loser and can't deal with the consequences of your actions, so you're being blocked. And she's blocked. Exactly. Came with Sally for the corn. And she's blocked. Like, honey, come on. Oh my God, the ping is so bad. Oh, wait, was I supposed to log out? You're supposed to say I love it? Yeah, I don't love when people come into my chat and are like, you're aimbotting, you're blah, 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 you're just complaining. Like, girl, we obviously all watched the cheat happen. Hi, Bongo, welcome in. Hi, K White. And I will absolutely sass folks for being sassy to me. Here to watch the VOD. I love it, Aria. Yeah, you can go back. You should be able to see it because it is live. You should be able to go back on it. There's new locker ball features again. Yes, I heard that. Hi, Chetty Cathy. Welcome in. I'm new and I'm scared. Never be scared, Ferris. But don't get sassy with me. We all watched it happen. What's the news, Kayla? Girl, I'm not even paying attention. Wait, do I need to? Wait, my ping is still 101. So wait, what do I do? Verify the files? Is that what we do? Or did they say they updated the game to fix the thing? Was there an update? We have a VOD? Yeah, we do. Hello, micro penis. Did they update the game? And I need to update. How do I check the update though? I do need to update. Okay, I'm updating right now. Guys, we're updating. Hopefully that fixes the issue. What's a VOD? It's basically the stream. The video of the stream. From a settlement I had years ago, and I told me there was a leftover money. Oh, wait, that's awesome. That's amazing. Don't you love when you give money, when things come back like that? Even a PC? Yeah. Did you ever get the red Rider beat? No, you'd shoot your eye out, kid. You'd shoot your eye out, kid. Yes. Girl, I'm reading the comments again. Did you ever get the Ninja Luxe? No, Nicole. Now that I've done my taxes, it's going to be the next purchase I do, but I also have not been drinking coffee that much because I'm trying to like, Mark, thank you for the follow. I'm trying to cut back on caffeine. So I've been very much not drinking coffee. So Slay. Ooh, okay, Slay. And Micro PC with the follow. Have you ever played Genshin? I have not. I don't really like the art style of Genshin. I don't really like the art style of Genshin. I'll be real. Girl, they're arguing with me about when he was penetrated. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. They are arguing with me in the chat on when Ilya penetrated what's his face with the tuna melt. They are literally using the word penetration. These white women are arguing with me. Literally said no penetration occurred after the tuna melt, and it has 5 likes. At what point are we losing the goddamn plot? At what point? They're talking about the frauding scene. Okay, girl, it's a joke, and I'm begging you to not say frauding. Frauding or penetration, because you don't understand what it's like. My God. Oh my God. Like, this is insane. Oh my God. These people are crazy. Actually, no, I'm deleting that comment. I don't even want to argue with it. Sorry, I gotta respond. I can't not respond to this. Like, I'm sorry. If you are a girl who has a boyfriend and you're talking about penetration from this TV show, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. Okay? Like, literally, I'm watching a lady try to explain frauding and penetration to me in 4K. If I'm the one, trust me, I know what it is. I do it. I do it. I'm the one. Oh, God. Also, I'm sorry to everybody in the chat. I hate to break it to you guys. You can eat something like a tuna melt, okay? And go to bottom, okay? And be full of bloat from the food that you ate, and other things move through your digestive tract, okay? The point is not that, oh my God, he ate a tuna melt and 2 seconds later it's coming out of his ass. That's not the point. Like, obviously, none of you know how to bottom, because in real life, babes, you're not eating for several hours if you're bottoming. You are not eating for several hours, and you are taking fiber capsules, and you are douching. Like, holy shit! Oh my God. Like, my God. What a way to come in. I cannot with these people arguing with me about the heated rivalry. One does what I always say. Bottom is the taker. Yes, bottom is the taker. Girl, my ping is still ass. It's 105. What are we doing? Guys, thank you for the gifties and the follows, by the way. I'm just like, I'm trying not to be like, this is insane, but this is insane. I'm cackling. Like, girl. On the Metamucil website. What is there? Yeah, I don't understand the endpoint. Like, what I don't understand the endpoint here. Like, I am not interested in having an argument about heated rivalry with women. I'm not. And about bottoming. I just have no interest in doing that. Love you all, but girl, I'm not interested in that. You know what I mean? Ooh, honey. Girl, do you see how behind my, oh my God, oh, Jesus, I can't even move. The ping. I know, and I'm sorry, if you know what frauding and bottoming is and the exact representation of that scene, you've watched it too much, okay? They're hidden. I don't know if you guys, can you guys see the hidden comments? For some reason, TikTok auto hides comments, and I don't know if you can see the hidden, you might have to scroll to the bottom. I don't know if you guys can see hidden comments or not. Every day now I know why, yes. Hi, Kaza, how are you? Yeah, we can hide them. Okay, yeah, so it's in the hidden ones. And again, I'm not looking for us to attack people. Like, it's fine, but like, I'm just like, girl, my opinion, and also the tuna melt thing is a joke. I know he's a Nicki Minaj stan. Me? Absolutely not. Why would I ever be a Nicki Minaj stan? Why would I ever want to support a Trump supporter? Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh my God, the lag. Usually the hidden comment, I don't know what TikTok qualifies for hidden comment, because sometimes it'll be like a little gif of like Squirtle going like, hi, and it gets put in the hidden comments. And I'm like, what? How is that in the hidden comments? Yeah, there's a couple new guns in Fortnite. Like, we've an issue. Exactly. Hi, Birdie. How are you? Alina, thank you for the rose. Are they good? Is what good trade? I haven't really, I like the new Wrecker revolver kind of thing, but my ping is so bad that I can't even like try them out properly. Like, I'm literally lagging like nobody's business right now. Yeah, Chris, literally. This is so funny, guys. I do think it's fun. I shouldn't have posted the video. I was like, well, let me get my heated rivalry hot take, but I should have known that the moment I posted that video, it was gonna be like Armageddon. Armageddon. What team are you on? Team Ice King. Yeah, the comment is so out of pocket, Megan, that I'm like, you can't even clap back at it. You know what I mean? Oh yeah. No, Instagram's crazy right now too. Oh, Glitter Goddess, I am getting attacked. I actually love tuna melts. If you guys know, I eat tuna subs on stream all the time. Be the crazy. I'm up to 65 people unfollowing me from that video, by the way. She's serving fish. It's the heated rivalry one. It's the most recent video I posted. What? Yes. 55 people have unfollowed me from that one. Rio, thank you for the follow. That's where we're at so far. And that's just on Instagram. I don't even know about TikTok, but that's on Instagram. Unfollowing? Yeah. Girl, somebody blocked me. Girl, somebody blocked me. Well, I just followed your Insta. Ah, love that. That's so weird. And the tea is, guys, like, my opinion is that, wait. Oh my God. I shouldn't have done that. That was dumb. I gave away my locale, and they're gonna push me. So does this shotgun do long distance? Yeah, I'm not gonna push that. I'm leaving. My ping is so bad too. It's like insane. Oh yeah. I mean, listen. The girl, yeah. Because of the nasty. Whoa, Modus, are you saying I need to evaluate myself? Honey, where was I nasty? And girl, why are you like 60 talking? Girl, why are you ancient? Go to the fucking nursing home. What the hell? I'm looking at literally a grandmother in here. Go to a goddamn nursing home and get off of TikTok and heated rivalry penetration. Please. Oh my God, these women are killing me today. I can't. These women are killing me today. I cannot. Oh my God. Someone get their grandmother. Mods, don't ban them yet. Like, come on. She's off a rocker. Oh, Christ. Hi, Tiffany. How are you? Oh, Hannah. A bunch of women are on me for calling out heated rivalry. That's Curse Creme. We have her today. I'm like, I can't do it. They're clutching their pearls. Literally, Sid. Yeah, also, all I said were facts. I'm sorry if you guys can't accept those facts. That just means that, I don't know. And I will be like, thank you. He said, don't ban her yet. I just have to laugh. Like, I looked at the profile pictures and I was like, that woman is not, like, you know, and it's literally a grandmother. Like, at what time? What are we doing? What are we doing? What am I doing? What is happening? What is happening? It's almost too funny. Love realism. It's almost too funny. Yeah, I'm going to simple for girl. My grandmother has no idea what heated rivalry is. If you are over the age of 70 and you know what heated rivalry is, I need you to get out of here. Okay. I love you, but girl, we gotta go. We gotta go. Hi, Brashay, how are you? The wrong lens, I know. I think they're role-playing gay men, are they? Where did he go? I have no movement. Guys, if you're joining in, sir, do you not have any manners? Girl, grandma, please. Grandma, please. What's for dinner tonight? Modos Fosher's bones, because she's going to be entering the grave soon. I think it's a rage baiter. It is. It definitely is. What the fuck? Girl, what the hell? Oh, I'm lagging so bad it's insane. I'm lagging so bad it's actually insane. Vinny, chill. No, give us your tuna melt recipe. Actually, my tuna melt recipe is this. Okay, if you want to make a really good tuna melt, here's how you do it. For the tuna, what is that lag? I mean, listen, I wasn't playing well either, but also that was like crazy lag there. I've restarted 3 times now, Emily. Which video waters? And am I turning there? Yeah. So for the tuna, guys, you take tuna, you do mayo. Now, if you put Miracle Whip at all near the tuna, get out of here. Disgusting. But you do a little bit of relish, a little bit of paprika, okay? Salt, pepper. You mix it up and you make tuna. Okay. Then to make a tuna melt, you're taking good sourdough bread. You are buttering both sides. Yes, relish. Yes, relish adds a little bit of sweetness. Okay. All right. You're laying both sides of that down. Now, before you lay it down, you are taking, do a response video with the tuna melt recipe. I should. You are adding a little bit of on the outside of the cheese, outside of the bread, a little bit of any type of cheese that you have. I usually use cheddar cheese to get like a nice crisp outside on the bread. Okay, so you're getting the bread cheesy as well. Okay, then on the inside, you take a little bit of provolone cheese. You add the tuna. You close it up after the bread has cooked a little bit. You let it melt, get all gooey. You have a delicious tuna melt. Right there. Right there. Wait, that sounds kind of good. I love tuna melts. And 10 minutes afterwards, I am shitting my brains out. So all of these people in my comments being like, actually, if you ate a tuna melt, you could bottom right away. Girl, you've never had IBS and you've never had a tuna melt before. And you've just never had a tuna melt before. I'm shitting immediately after eating that tuna melt. Okay? Marcus, thank you for the follow. Like immediately afterwards. Like, do people not know how fast things move through your body? Jesse, thank you for the follow too. That boy is corrupt. Stomach in shambles. Bubble guts for real. Exactly. Oh, Lord have mercy. So we're just go, yes. Like me in a dark room, the intro video, yes, I'll play it for you.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zest, when I eat dairy, I know.
Don't call, just text me. Bitch, you slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's balls.
ITGIRL.
Well, yes.
You know I am that girl. Shh, bitch, don't kiss and tell.
Oh my God, there's hidden comments.
ATL.
Okay, I've looked at every comment, I think. Hopefully, honestly, I don't want this vid to get any more. I mean, it's funny that it got so much traction, but I hope it doesn't get any more traction because, girl, I don't need it. I don't need the hate from these women. Okay. All right. I hope it doesn't get any more traction. I hope it. The fact that it has now more views than my fucking Pokemon vlog tells me everything I need to know about my life. Persephone, thank you for the follow. Everyone's making fun of you. Gabby, thank you for the finger hearts. What was the post? Oh, it's the, why are you so disrespectful to women? Becky, oh, Becky, you keep making the, girl, it's the same person. Why am I so disrespectful to women? No, I'm disrespectful to women who tell me how to feel as a gay man and how I should be as a gay person. So obviously, girl, you don't know who I am. All right? Because when somebody comes into my live and says, this is how you should feel as a gay man based off of the gay media that I've taken in, then girl, you don't have my respect. You have that block button. Now give it a minute for that to register, Emily, and then pull the trigger. Yeah, go ahead. We can actually just block away. Like, girl. Not the ARP. No, it's a troll. It's a troll online. It's a troll online. Do. Thank you. Sorry, I'm looking here. Oh, there was a mini challenge that I didn't know how this worked. Wait. Ah, whatever. I missed that one. That's fine. Sorry, I was looking at something real quick. Happy Monday. Be the queen you are. I had a TikTok notification. That wasn't about the video, by the way. About something else. Guys, thank you for the gifties. Guys, I'm sending a unique gift. We're in this campaign right now for unique gifts on TikTok. So any gifts that you have not normally sent before, if you want to like send something funky or fun, I'm gonna try and set new things. I don't know. Today's the last day for it, so we might not be able to go too crazy with it. But it's the campaign that they tossed me in. I'll do bow knots, I guess. We'll do 10 of those. Anything that's like a funky gift, they want me to do a little bit. The show writer fancy, yeah. I got to make sure that I'm doing this right though. Hold on. Okay, cool. There we go. Hi, Spaz Face, thank you for the follow. Pickaxe looking like a boob in a certain angle. It's true. Mind you, men are very capable of being misogynistic. Yeah, oh my God. Girl, white gay men are some of the worst men in the world. Let me be very clear. White gays are some of the, as a white gay, they're some of the worst men in the world and are the most privileged and most disgusting people I've ever met. Go look at my Grindr and getting blocked every 5 minutes or getting ghosted. They are absolutely terrible. Okay? But also, Lewis, I don't know. But also at the same time, on the same token, this ain't that. You know what I mean? I've never met a misogynistic gay man, thank God. There are quite a few out there. Wait, why do we look alike? I don't know. T. I do, Mallard, yeah. Trust me. Gay men are not free from judgment. Gabby, thank you for the bonut. But yeah, we're in this like mini viewership thingy, guys. It's like for unique gifts on TikTok. Today's the last day for it because I wasn't here for the weekend, so I didn't really push it, but we'll do something there. No, Jessica, not for me, Jessica, actually. These headphones are so comfortable though. Like I love these headphones. And I'm Justice, thank you for the bonut too. Yeah, so if you're gonna send like a little gifty, if you want to send like something that you have not sent before, it looks totally weird or random, those are slay. It's true, Mallard, I do. Here I go again, because we're in that for that. HP, thank you for the bonus as well. But yeah, anyways, I don't know. So funny, guys. Oh yeah, I mean, gays are some of the most miserable people. As a gay man, I meet them every day. Guys, thank you for Hannah, thank you as well. But the gay experience is different for everybody, right? Which one was old fella? I don't know which one that one was. Thank you for the follow, Kaz. Welcome in over here. Malia, thank you for the tiny bunny. And Allison, thank you for the heart me. Here I go again. Oh, the one who just insulted me? Yeah, I mean, I think that's the same person who's making the accounts too. I should have blocked them, actually. Okay, wait. T with the loadout here. Drop these, because I don't need these for now. Modwi, thank you for the pop. Which one insulted you? Someone said if you wanted something that was realistic, write a fan fiction about a chubby gay man who can't play Fortnite. That was the big comment I got. Allison, thank you for the DJ Cactus of the review. What do we thank you? People be crazy. No, Megan, I wish I could IP block people. That's what I hope social media introduces one day, is IP blocking, because I can't IP block people, and that's the most annoying thing. I think social media should allow for IP blocking, but there is no IP blocking currently. Then I could do that, but right now it's just an individual account. Thank you. It does help, Allison. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, it's usually just shows like other accounts. I mean, there's nothing I can really do about it, and you can tell immediately who it is, and then they get bored after like 20 minutes. But it would be very nice if platforms introduced IP blocking, because then it just makes it easier for me too. You know what I mean? So IP blocking would be that, so like like the internet you're connected to right now has an IP address. So it's like a bunch of numbers. So it's like your computer, your phone, if it's connected to your Wi-Fi, it's all connected on that IP. So like if I blocked you and it blocked your IP address, you wouldn't be able to make a new account. You'd never be able to like find my account again when you're with that IP address, if that makes sense, Brooke. And there are things you can do to you can IP ban websites, things like that. Jake, thank you for the slow motion. You know. This one's really safe. Yeah, I'm shocked that they don't actually kind of have something like that in place already. But hey, what do I know? Guys, thank you for those little gifties. I don't even know where we're at on the goal on TikTok. Can somebody tell me, actually? Oh, come on. I actually have no idea where we're at. Take these instead for now. $1 billion idea? Yeah. We are not at, oh, that's the tap goal. Sorry, this one. This one. Peanut butter proxy, yeah. Raspberry Pi, wait, that's so smart. 44% slay. Green Girly, thank you for the bone up. I love that. I saw that, but then she supposedly recounted them or something. There was like a whole thing about that I saw a little bit creepy. Girls in STEM. I want to know what a Raspberry Pi is. Also, what is this new thing with like, what's the trend of like these mini computer things? I've been also seeing a little bit of that, but like barely any of it. What is that called? Have you guys seen that where you're like turning everyday items into like little computers? What is that thing? Oh, never mind, nothing. Cyberdecks, yes, the Cyberdecks. What are they? I don't even know how they work. I want one. I don't know what they are. I don't know how they work. Price for work. Oh, okay. Girl, I'm so over this being busted. Yeah, I only see it a little bit. Mods, can we ban that Anthony person? It's a bot. It's a bot. Mini motherboard. Yeah, I kind of understand the concept of the Raspberry Pi. I was curious about the is it Cyberdeck? Is that what it's called? Those. I was like, ooh. Conversation. Honestly, I felt kind of old about it too. I was like, hello. Guys, I might need to grab something to eat after this round because I'm getting kind of hungry. What's the biggest diss? Girl, are you asking what's the biggest one I've ever seen before? It was your dad's. You're just setting me up there. You're just setting me up there. Jessica, thank you for the bona! Like, at that point, you're just setting me up there. They are food, too. At that point, it's not even a good joke because it's just too easy. You know what I mean? I want to learn how to do that, Mariner. That sounds so cool. I don't know what I'd use it for, but I want it. Guys, oh my god, Jessica, thank you for all the bone knots. Wait, T. Just... That boy is corrupt. Guys, thank you for hitting the bone knuckle. That is... Okay, the ping is much better now, I will say. Not great. Not great, but not terrible. Also, why have I ran into no one and we're almost in top 10? I have not found a single person yet. That boy is corrupt. I have a question. Can I? Nope. Damn. I thought maybe that would do like how a shockwave does. Did not. Wasted that shit. And guys, we're almost there with our sub goal today too, so thank you guys. Guys, I have groceries, so I don't even know what I'm gonna have for lunch today. Wait, I'm so excited. Or I guess like more dinner, because I literally did eat a salad before stream. Not many, Sasha. We're here for the vibes, babe. We're here for the vibes. I have quite a few victory. I'm not gonna lie. I do have quite a few victory royales. I just do not have a lot of like crown wins. Goodles for dinner. Love Goodles. Ooh. I don't have a lot of crown wins. That's where she struggled. Did they change the crown system? Did they? News to me. Lauren with the first gift with the finger heart.
At first it was fun.
And Maddie.
Then scary. Then fun again. Then spooky, but in a fun way.
Yes. Yeah, it was a yeah. That's how it is. For victory, yeah, that's what it is. So it's I have victory royales, but I don't have crown wins. I don't have a lot of because you have to have two back to back, or pick up a crown. Freshly stuck. I know. Yeah, I'll have to look up that stuff there. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, Abby, thank you for the follow. So even if you get a win, that won't count as a crown win for you. Oh, I'm glad, Mallory. I-15, hey, that's pretty damn good. Guys, I have not seen a single person in our top 10. Am I in a bot lobby? Am I in a bot lobby right now? Yeah, Steph, yeah. Lauren, thank you for the heart me. Does anybody see that girl? I can't see a damn thing. Okay. I don't love that. Seeing bunks always makes a girl nervous. Always makes a girl nervous, seeing bunks. But where is my rival? Ooh. I want to fight somebody. I've not fought anybody. Ooh. Ooh, I hear something. Hello? Lauren, thank you. I'm trying to like, I can't even see where anybody is. Oh, Mama, who knows? Honestly, just leave it. They're done talking anyways. Behind you, I believe. I know one's behind me, but there's also like fighting anywhere. I support ice. Boo! No, thank you for that follow. Get the fuck out of here. Nasty. Oh, I saw somebody over there. Nasty. Birthday, I love that. Don't you follow me. Unfollow me. Thank you for blocking them. Don't want you anywhere near this place. Shame, honey. Oh, we got one here. Ooh. I'm trying to like, okay, I don't know if this is, it's not hit scan. Okay. Okay, top 5. And I literally cannot even tell where, like, I see one. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, okay. No. Fuck, why is he hitting me so hard, dude? Oh my god, he hit me. Oh my god, he had a Dark Voyager. That is crazy. I do, Lauren, yeah. Oh, girl. I will say, though, my shot there with that, kind of insane. Right? I mean, my shot there with that, I'm still kind of like, wait, what just happened? Daniel, thank you for the heart me. I don't even know how I had that. Like, I don't even know how I hit that shot. Like, I could barely see them. It's, what is it called? It's the, what is the weapon called, guys? I don't even know what it's called. Yeah, it's like the mammoth. I love it. Wait, what is it called? Thank you, Lauren. Yeah, we're getting there. My hope is we can start growing the other stuff outside of Fortnite too. Gotta enjoy Fortnite. Have fun. What is it called? The Voyager hammer? Is that what it's called? Hammer pistol, hammer revolver. Thank you. I couldn't remember what the name of it was. Okay, guys, I gotta take a 30-second break because I need something to eat. I'm starving. So we're gonna take a quick 30-second break. I'm gonna go grab something real fast. I'll be right back. I'll put on a little music. I'll put on a replay. And let's see if we can tap to 100K, y'all, while I'm away. What was it? Yeah. Yes, hey, they are. I wish others were popular, but yeah. But yes, they are. Girl, where are my replays? Hello? I don't want that. Oh, I can't wait, Rums. And it's about. Oh my god. Wait, I just realized why. Let's do. We can first place on this one. Wait, unsaved. Why can't I play any of these? What does open replay folder mean? How does this? Wait, hello? Can I not see these? Hello? Oh my god. Confirm. All my replays are gone. Well, shit, y'all. Looks like you're getting our 12th place one that we just did last round. I don't know what happened there. And Emily, I did. Thank you for asking. I don't know what happened there. That's kind of crazy. Did Fortnite update? They must have updated that because all of my replays were corrupted, it said. That's annoying. I lost all of my replays. Okay, give me 2 seconds, y'all. I need to hit a little play button. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
I almost fainted to show you
just how much it hurts. I wish I had a gun or words. If something got lost in communication, well, sayonara, adios. You're not bilingual, but you should know goodbye means that you're losing me for life. Can't call it love and call it quits. Can't shoot me down then shoot the shit. Did you forget that it was you who said goodbye?
So I realized
To be the one who cries.
I'm back.
Can I have a cake and eat it too?
I realized that I actually don't have any food.
Goodbye.
I actually don't have any food that isn't that I don't have to cook. So I have cheese and crackers, and that's what we're eating because I got groceries today, but it's all stuff I need to like actually cook. So that's the tea baddies. My glasses are dirty again, y'all. I feel like I'm constantly cleaning them. Hello? Alexi, thank you for the follow. Lauren, thank you for those donuts, by the way. I do want to see if we can slay up our goals, y'all. We got about 2 hours left to stream. We are doing a custom, by the way, probably towards the end of stream. Probably towards the end of stream. We have at least one custom planned. Do you like baking? I hate cooking and I hate baking. I hate both vehemently. Unfortunately. I wish I liked it, but I hate both a lot. I hate cooking. But it's cheaper. How are you playing when you're gone? Oh, Marshmallow. It was just it was a replay. You can look at your replays of all your games. From previous games. Did you gumball? I haven't looked at it yet. The bonus skin for the battle pass, probably XP maps, most likely. Hold on, I'm trying to get a piece of cheese out. Girl, I play on PC, Aaron. Oh my God, I'm trying to get a piece of cheese. Okay. So thank you for the heart, me. Guys, I left the Bona on. It's Swiss cheese. I'm a Swiss cheese fan. I love Swiss cheese. I know, Emily. I do like cheddar. I love Swiss for like crackers and cheese. You know what I mean? Like Swiss for like crackers and cheese. Chef's kiss. Very good. Neither, Jasmine. Really. Aaron, thank you for the hand heart. Yeah, just a little twang. And then I get these gluten-free good thins. And they're so yummy. They're so yummy. They're delish, y'all. But yes, guys, I had an amazing weekend. I had an amazing weekend at the card show. But now I'm out of all of my vintage cards. So a couple of you who I love and are amazing are sending me some of your old Pokemon cards you just have in your... I love that. Salty and sweet, Gumball. Your old Pokemon cards that you have in your attics that you don't want. If you are a person who has them and you would be willing to send them to me, I will pay for them. DM me. Because I'm trying to get more Pokemon cards. Because now I've gotten rid of all of my my like vintage ones now. Thomas, 0 today. It's been kind of crazy. The lag has been insane. Like my ping is bad again. It's up to 85 again. And I have a red X. The ping has been like playing basically kind of impossible. Hi, Orchid, how are you? It's only with this skin. It's only with this skin that you get it. Oh my God. Dude, I'm already rubber banding. Ooh, honey. Oh my God, did you see how long that took to show up my inventory? Wait, that's crazy. Tiffany, I will literally take all buckets and buckets. Like I'm looking for all of the above. So anything that's like 2007 or earlier, I'm looking for. Anything 2007 or earlier is kind of what I'm looking for. The most. the most. My ping is so bad right now, guys. Where's this other person? Oh. Okay. Maybe everybody else's ping is as bad as mine is too. Guys, thank you for the bonus. I really appreciate it. Can somebody tell me where we're at on the goal on TikTok? I'm gonna die. Okay, I did a little bit. I'm freezing. Oh my god, we got snow today. I woke up this morning, guys, with snow on the ground. I almost threw up. 56. All right. We can get there to 100. I think we can. I think we can. We got some work to do, but we can do it. In April, y'all. It was crazy. As a Floridian, yeah, it was awful. The worst way to wake up. I literally looked outside my window and I was like, there's snow on the ground. My car was covered in snow. I was like, I hate my life. I was like, I actually hate my life. Girl, okay. I can't even. Girl, I can't even like see. Oh my god. Do you want the house tour? And that checks out, yeah. Someone else like, oh, thank you. Snow. Do you shovel your driveway, wipe your car off? Usually we wipe my car off. So I have a like a wiper for my car. I always turn on my car, let it heat up for a bit, and then I wipe it off. Usually. Usually. We went through a box of pizza. Well, Gordy, thank you for the heart me. But yeah, DM me if you do have Pokemon cards. I will gladly take them off your hands. And I will pay you for them. I'll pay for shipping. I'll pay for everything. Hi, Nikolai. How are you? And if there's something like that's in the loot that's like crazy, I'll be like, girl, I'm sending this back to you. This is too good. You need to keep this for yourself. We're gonna eat this. I don't think I want to. Do I want to carry pizza? Nah. Hi, Rach. How are you? Yes, to you as well. And to all who celebrate. Yeah, it's gonna be warm here again soon as well. It's kind of crazy. It's like we get 3 seconds in and then it's wild. Did that? Wait, that hit, but I don't know how much it hit for. Girl, like it played the hit sound. It played the hit sound. Laura, thank you for the heart me, but it didn't do anything. That's weird. Like that first shot there. I was so embarrassed. Wait, why? What happened? Alexa, thank you for the heart me too. Yes, thank you guys for those heart me's. Do you want the... Oh my god, I didn't mean to buy that. I literally didn't even hit... Ah. Dude, do you see how slow the like, okay, this is me. I hit F now. That's how long it takes right now for it to show up. That's crazy, honey. Well. How? Whatever. This game is awful. This game is awful. It's just terrible. Okay. I don't even know how he got me. I mean, my ping is so high right now. Like, I can't even, like, it's so hard to do a 1v1. Ready, stuff. I know. Like, I can't even do a 1v1. Like, the ping is so high right now. It's crazy. User, no, it's the ping that's the issue. Look at my ping. There is a significant delay to my fire rate right now. I know when someone's better than me. Trust me. When he was better than me, he would have taken me. But I live in New York. But it's been like this for everybody today. I've had to restart my game 5 times today. I would think if it wasn't an internet issue, I'll be real though. Like if I was having, Jackie, we're playing it tomorrow for the first time on stream. If it were a non-Fortnite issue, my stream would also be like lagging and crashing all the time. You know what I mean? But my stream has been, I've had no crashes today. Yeah, user. I mean, I've restarted a couple times today. I did see that green LA. Like my upload speed for my stream right now is 21,000 kilobytes per second, so it's pretty high. Slater Sun maybe. I didn't do that, Megan. I need to do that. But yeah, I've had like just crazy, and see, like now it's fine, but it's still, I'm like in the 60s. Usually my ping is like 40, but I have not gotten lower than like 60. Maybe we were a little bit into the 50s today. For those wondering, you can see my ping. If you're on TikTok, you can see it like there. I think you can see it. It should say the ping number. I don't know why. This is a terrible place to land. I don't even know what I was doing there. It's been weird though. Like right now it's kind of okay. But there is, okay, I guess over here. Is that a bot? It's a bot, probably. Yeah. It's a bot. It's a bot. Aside, do you want the house tour? I can take you to the first, second, third floor. I don't even know what I'm doing. Blue chest, I hear it. I hear it. Wait, cursive writing. I'm confused on the thing for cursive writing. And I promise none of this is a metaphor. Papa Gino's Pizzeria, honey. The games is sad. Well, you better get some work done, baddie. You better get some work done. Hi, Jackie. Good afternoon. Is that? Oh, I thought it was a blue chest. Beneath Pizzeria. You guys know my dad owns a pizzeria? For those who don't know, I mean, most of you probably know. My dad owns a pizzeria. No, I haven't yet, user. I want to do the karaoke. I said if we slate our goals today, we would do the karaoke on Fortnite. Yes, I am Italian. Girl, I guess I'm just missing every shot. Fuck me. Holy shit, that was awful. Where did he go? How did he get up there? Okay, I guess I'm not hitting shots with the, I'm hitting shots not without the, what the hell? What is it called? The pistol is not doing me good right now. The pistol might not be for me. Is it up in New York? Yes, it is. My favorite kind of pizza? I mean, I love a good slice of cheese pizza with cupped pepperoni. With cupped pepperoni is the best. Cup and char, baby. Cup and char. And my dad does it with a hot honey drizzle. I'm a thin crust bitch. Thin crust and crispy, baby. I love chicken and olives on my pizza. Girl, I'm calling the FBI. You need to be restrained. You need to be restrained for that. Olives are so nasty. 4 times for it to be pizza. Then tell your husband that he does not know anything at all. I don't know what to tell you there. Tim Dreamy Ranch is so good. It is. You watch with the streamers? I do sometimes. I'll be real though. Zach, wait, did you see the card? I showed the card earlier. Did I show it? I do watch other streamers, but I don't like my friends. But at the same time, watching other streamers kind of is like watching, it's like work for me a little bit. Not that I don't enjoy them, but it is kind of like I'm at work. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Do you want the house tour? Pepperoni jalapenos is, I don't know if I can do that. So sometimes I do, sometimes I usually I'll pull up people's streams that I know. Yeah, Angel. Guys, thank you for the gifties. We are trying to say our goals. We're only 11 subs away from our sub goal on purple. Is Mad Woman? Who wrote that song? I don't know. Now pick up that pizza. I like having the bubbles though to be safe. Oh, LeVay. Yes, I love LeVay. I haven't heard, wait, I probably know the song if I listen to it. I just don't know the names of songs. It's Vincent. Vincent is my first name. Where are these shots coming from? Okay, and now I miss every shot with it. I was eating with it? Oh, fuck. Girl, I'm getting double partied! Super nanny! I got eliminated. I got third partied! I was literally getting that. Girl. I can't. Your mom called you by your government name? Yeah. She said you guys are in a crisis. I'm on my way, and I'm taking you out back and shooting you in the head. And third partying. At least have the common decency to third party after somebody dies. You know what I mean? I do, Brie, yeah. I mean, we've been in tournament stuff together. We're mutuals on TikTok. Like, at least give me the common decency of third partying after the other person dies. You know what I mean? It's just because I'm ass, Ariel. Like, the lack of etiquette on a third party is crazy. Exactly. Like, at the very least, let a girl have a sense of victory for a second, you know? You know, girl, what am I watching over here on the screen? Justice League for the Bone Knot. Yeah. Like, just make it a little class. I know, Hayden, right? Girl, sorry, I'm hungry. I know the crackers are kind of crunchy. I'm sorry, y'all, but I'm hungry as shit. So deal with it, honey. ASMR, literally. I'm having cheese and crackers. Mostly because I have, I got groceries, but I need to cook all the food that I have, so. Hi, Rocket. Yeah, no decorum. Cheesy Cracker was my nickname in high school. That's hysterical. Ooh, I love a good smoothie. Okay, my ping is 19 right now, guys. Wait, T. My ping is really good right now. Will it stay that way this whole round? Let's find out. Let's find out, y'all. Okay, ping. Ping giving big dick energy, but will it stay or will it go flaccid? Does anything with a follow? Do you want the house tour? I can, girl, wait. Stop, what is this? Oh my God, every time I find something new in Fortnite, I want to vomit more. What is this disgusting creature? That's me, walk away, what the hell? Allison, I hope you never find joy, and I hope that something very close to you dies. And I'll say it again. I hope something very close to you dies. Okay, anyways, blocked. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Wait, what'd she say? She said it was me. She said it was me. Girl, please. She said it's you. I think the fuck not. I do think I shocked some of you guys the other day when I was like, you know what? I hope your dog gets hit by a car. I think some of you were a little shocked by that one. I very dare her. I know. Hey, baddie. Hey, girl, what you doing? I was shocked. You all were shook by that. You were like, and I was like, what? About the dog hit by a car. I'm glad it resonated with so many of you. Okay, this has got to be a bot up there, right? Where is he? Maybe not. Where the fuck is this guy? I can't. Drop down, bitch, please. Girl, where is he? Girl, we're playing Ring Around the God. Playing Ring Around the goddamn Rosie there. It's like a trampoline. Oh, okay. Gee. My God. Invisibility hack. Yeah. You guys get it. See, you guys get it. Listen, I'll always be a little rude, okay? Pocket full of what'd you say? Pocket full of what? Thank you for the Go Populars. Kenzie with the viewer game. All right, baddie. Give me a little bit. We can play if that works. All that shooting. All that shooting. When you say you throw a hamster, I know. Listen. Guys, thank you for the gifties. We do have our goals today. Pocket full of who? Ali with the follow. Girl, a med kit. Girl, a med kit. Enough. Stevie, thank you for the bone up. Sometimes we do air it. We're going to be doing a custom game today because I owe you guys a custom. So towards the end of stream. But if we hit our goals today, I'm going to try the Fortnite karaoke mode, y'all. If we say the goals today. Take you to the first, second, third floor. Hi, Brookie. And I'm gonna let you guys pick the song too. That's crazy, Gumball. Inside. I want to play. You can. You'll be able to. We're gonna do it towards the end of stream, so probably in like 45 minutes. Yeah, I don't want to grab it. I don't care enough about that. I know I'm bad. That's our subs for the day, Lanta. So that's our sub goal for the day. We're currently at 19 subs out of 30 on Purple for the day. It's like one of our daily goals. But as always, your presence here is a present above all else, as you will know. Inside. We're also on Twitch, Mitch. Steph with the follow, thank you. And Hannah, thank you for the tiny 90. Purple Abbey, yeah. Le Purple. We are, Jazz. Yes, we're doing one custom, and we'll do more if we get the goals with some karaoke too. In-game karaoke. You guys get to pick what we sing if we do it. But we are doing one because I owe you guys one from last week, and I always hold up to my promises. Mitch, is it on TikTok? It kind of is, because TikTok doesn't love it when you use the name. The name. Boy, we're doing this lap. Do you want the house tour? Let's go see what's going on over here. Someone's fighting. I don't really care to fight these things. I'll be real. Guys, I need to watch the new episode of Euphoria later. I haven't watched it yet. Is it good? Hi, Sterling. Welcome in. We are almost 80 followers on TikTok too. Girl, what's happening here? I'm not hitting my shots. Dude did not know he could not. Fuck! He's gonna kill me. Oh my god! I hate this game, dude. I hate this game so much. I actually don't like it. Hi, Morg. How are you? I'm in Stream Sans. What did you think about the season finale of The Pit? I thought it was good. I thought it was good. I think people expected like crazy stuff. I think people expected like crazy stuff to happen on the season finale of The Pit, but that's not the show that it is. You know what I mean? Is this my full-time job, Deluck? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah, the GG was wholesome. HB, thank you for the bow knot. I wonder if you ever want to play, Brie. Absolutely. I mean, we don't stream Fortnite every day, though. We only stream Fortnite maybe 3 times a week. Favorite show? Lost is my favorite show of all time. No, Nikki, I don't. But I liked the ending of what do you call it? Of The Pit. I thought it was good. My favorite rocket movie, Interstellar. I know, Tasha. You mean how many followers need to go live? I think it's 1,000. Hi, Emily. Aaron, thank you for the bone knot, by the way. We're 3 bone knots away from finishing the bone knot goal. My ping's back up again. Yeah, no spoilers. No spoilers on the new stuff. But yeah. JD with the follow. But yeah, I thought the ending of The Pit was good. I liked it. A lot of people were like not happy with Robbie, but I don't know. I mean, he's kind of the main character of the show. Like, I feel like maybe that's my hot take. Maybe that's too hot of a take. Like, I feel like Pit Twitter hated Robbie. And I was like, he is the main character of the show. Like, I wasn't sure what people were expecting. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure what people were expecting out of it, you know? Personally. Yeah, I haven't watched it. I haven't watched the latest episode. Yeah, that's also one day too. Like a lot of people, okay, spoilers for the pit, y'all, just letting you guys know in advance. A lot of people were not happy with the conversation that he had with Al Hashimi, but I'm gonna be real. He was kind of right. Oh, yeah, we did. We did get it. He was kind of right, I think, in my hot take opinion. Hi, Queens, how are you? For those who have seen the ending of the pit. I also agree. Yeah, like a lot of people were upset, like really upset. Not really, Dahlia, but I mean, if you want to have that profile picture, sure. First, you were saying my name right? Oh, I'm glad. Play with her? Yes, Queensy. Oh, wait, somebody. I didn't say I wanted to play with her. I said I would play with her. Don't go over there and say I want to play with her, y'all. I said I would. Please don't put words in my mouth. I said if she ever wanted to play, I would be happy to. Please don't put words in my mouth, y'all. I would gladly play with her if she ever wanted to play, is what I said. Not, yes, everyone go in chat and tell her to play with me. But hi, Queen Z, how are you? I said I would gladly. Agreed, yeah, that would be fun. Have you ever been to the New York State Renaissance Fair? I have not. I have not. We are doing customs here in a little bit, y'all. Probably 15 more minutes, we'll have our first custom. We'll only do one unless we slay the goals out for the day. But get ready for the customs. They'll never stop. I love my dogs, but that is so nasty. Oh, no. Here, thank you for the follow. You got engaged in Hawaii? Okay, jealous. Girl, why is this taking 18 years? Hello? What is a custom? It's where only folks in the community are able to join in. Like, I put a code on the chat and you can join in. Katie, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. We did not, Ava, no. I said I would do the karaoke mode if we ended up hitting the goal for the day. Hannah, thank you for the bonus. Don't forget the follow. But we got a little bit to go. We got 11 subs on purple to hit it, and I don't know where we're at on TikTok right now. Guys, tomorrow we're playing Tomodachi Life, by the way, so get your butts ready for that because you're not going to want to miss it, all right? It's going to be insane. We're going to make the whole Glee cast, I think. My plan is to make the whole Glee cast. 60%. All right, we got some work to do. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. I'm pushing this and I feel like this might be a mistake, but well, okay, this is a bot. Maybe? Wait, not a bot? I can't tell. Girl, where is... Jeez Louise. I could not tell where he was jumping to, I'm not gonna lie. I was like, hello? Do you want the house tour? I can take... Girl. First, second, third floor. Yes, you can play the custom if you're not a sub. Yeah. Yeah. Did you, Orin? I love that. Hi, Sunny. How are you? Good to see you. Did I even grab that gold? I wish the pistol worked better for me. I feel like the pistol just never hits for me the way it hits for other people. Hi, Carrie. How are you? Yeah, I feel like I just never hit the shot spec with it. Like every time I use it, it's like, okay. Actually not. Girl. My ping seems to be much better now though. I'm kind of worried about hosting customs because the ping is so bad today. I'm hoping it works all right. We'll see. We might be dead here. We might be cooked here. Is he coming in? Oh my God, Carrie, I hope you're okay. He's out there. Like I just, okay, he had, what was going on there? What was happening? Okay. Inside. Mods, can we watch for that, please, on TikTok? The person that was there. I missed it. Wait, what happened? I just want you to poke others. I don't care either way. Really? Wait, what brought the juice box here? Babe, Marissa, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. What did you say? Burn the house down? Smart. Smart. Girl, I don't mean to throw that down. I hate when that happens. I think we have to also know if Vinny wants to sing. Yeah. Wait, which one? Wait, trigger
She's an
warning.
icon.
Did I miss something? She's a legend. Dilemma.
And
she is the moment. Death to all of them. She passed away. Oh, wait, can we get some huge lays for Dilemma in the chat right now? Oh my God, with 5 gifted. Are you kidding me? Hi, Cayenne, how are you? Did I miss something in the chat on TikTok though? Thank you so much, Fatty. We're so close to the goal now. So slay. So slay. What just happened? We got 5 gifted on purple. Ah, damn it. Okay, I'm not doing this with you. Bye. Are you like, how did they one-shot me? Girl, take the win. Take the fucking win. Take the win. I'm over it. I don't care. Take the win. I have no patience. You win. Congrats. Wait, I'm missing it. Oh, someone's in my TikTok comments? Wait. Guys, I saw that Tim Cook stepping down as CEO. Oh. I'm watching this guy be crazy in my chat. Did you play the new Reload map today? No, I don't really play Reload. I gotta block this guy. Hold on. Give me a second, guys. We got a hater. And I'm just blocking them because I'm not even interested. I'm not even interested. Just blocked them. Don't even care. Don't even care. You got the mad today, Bessie? I know. I know, Brookie. It's because I'm on my other tab. Jerome, thank you for the follow. I just finished with the bow knot. Block it. Don't forget your game. Yes, we also have the viewer game too. What happened? Oh, the guy that said I was chubby and fat and played Fortnite for less than 5K people. Complaining about my heated rivalry hot take. And is now commenting on every one of my videos, calling me fat and ugly. So I just blocked him. This is my job, man. You clocked him in the comments? Oh, well, I blocked him. Girl, I don't need that shit. No, thank you. Do you get paid? I do get paid. I get paid through gifting on when I stream, man. But I also have sponsorships and things like that and other forms of income that come in. But mostly, girl, I'm cooked here. I have no weapons. Girl, I'm so cooked here. Oh my God, I have a nemesis. I'm cooked beyond cooked. Never mind. They were bad. Lingorian with the 5!
Then we go to the gay club, and who do I
think we get the sub goal? Abby Lee Miller in her wheelchair.
Yes.
Dula Peep. You guys like the Bonut
You
too.
know what? What was that? What was that?
Okay. James. Yes. Guys, thank you so much. Now we just have our TikTok goal. Oh my God, you guys are amazing. You baddies are amazing. Do you want the house tour? Kenzie, if you're around, baddie, let me know. We can do your game after this one. Yes, we're playing it tomorrow, Jordan. We're playing it tomorrow on stream. Lav, thank you for the follow. And Kylie, thank you for the follow too. We're playing it tomorrow on stream. We're gonna build the whole Glee cast, or part of the Glee cast, I think. What time? We'll probably start around our usual time on Purple between 1 and 2 p.m. And then we'll be live on TikTok after that after a short while. So anywhere between 1 and 3 p.m. will be the gameplay starting. The gameplay starting. But always look in the Discord because we'll have the pings and stuff, you know. All the good pings and stuff on there. So slay. So hi. My icon. What icon? Trigger warnings to Will Schuster. What's that on? Is it Nintendo? Yes, it's on the Switch. Kiara, thank you for the heart me. Girl, I can't. We have somebody here. Maz, I'm glad you like the Pokemon content. That means a lot to me. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. How do I have no ammo for this? I'm cooked here, guys. Girl, I'm cooked. Like, have fun. Have fun. Enjoy yourself. I hope you're having a wonderful day. White Bros Switch 2? Yes. Is that also... No, it's not a Switch 2 exclusive. It's not a Switch 2 exclusive. I'm glad you liked it, Rachel. I did too. What's your favorite childhood memory that brings you joy? Oh God, I don't know, girl. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot. Just stuff from like being with my family, I think. A lot of my family stuff, I think, is like my top ones. For sure. For sure. Yes, y'all. Let's see if we can slay that goal. If we hit the goal, y'all, we will do karaoke today. But Kenzie, if you're ready, baddie, feel free to request to join. We do have a viewer game redeem, y'all, from Kenzie. So Kenzie, when you're ready. When you're ready. All right. We did get the Pokemon Board. Daytona, thank you for the follow. Oh, well, let me set a new goal that's not the here. Also, we have a hype train going on too. All right, 1 second. I cannot. I'm sorry, bestie. Let me set a new goal here real quick. There we go. Play. All right, let's do this. Yes, hey, I didn't know that. She's good, Jaquez. She's good. Ash, thank you for the heart me.
Hi.
Hi, Kenzie.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Surviving.
Me too. Guys, we have a viewer game right now with Kenzie redeemed.
I decided I'd rather do this instead of schoolwork.
There you go. Listen. We can land wherever you want to land.
I don't know. Wherever you want.
Painted Palms?
Yeah, that works.
Perfect. Michelle, thank you for the mustache. First one.
Yeah.
Amy, yeah, I think that's usually the trick. I think. I'm burst, baby. Kelsey, you could. I usually try and save it for other situations. Kenzie, would you mind either turning me down a little bit? I'm just coming through the mic. I can hear my echo. Just a little bit.
Better?
I think so. George, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Nolan, thank you for the follow. All right, y'all. And then after this, guys, we'll get ready to do our custom round. Faith, thank you for the hand hearts. We'll get ready to do our custom round after this, y'all. JJ, you wish, baby. Consequentially 2. Speaking of which, I need to make a couple that are on the to-do list for me. Well, thank you, JJ. We are playing with Kenzie. Kenzie redeemed a viewer game. Sure, Faith. Kenzie redeemed a viewer game. So if you watch enough on Purple, you can earn channel points to redeem a viewer game. I'm a top. Nice, JJ. I'm doing the custom. I'll explain it all when we start it. When we start it up. It's pretty easy. Should I try? I'm gonna try this shotgun. You okay over there?
Yeah. Maybe.
Oh, wait, that's the bot. Wait, where the hell's the person?
I have no ammo.
Oh, here. Okay, hold on. There's another as well. Oh my god, there's multiple people here. Holy cow. Oh. Girl. Oh my god. Hello. Oh, honey. Okay, that was crazy. Coming. Okay. Cooked. What this? There were a million people there. Holy cow. That was like crazy.
Yeah.
Getting jumped by a bot. Yeah, there were like multiple bots. I mean, they were definitely not fully real players, but there were like the funny thing was they were all like together. Usually they're separate. You know what I mean? Like usually don't find them all in one. I can find heals. Sid, thank you for the roses. Guys, oh wait, I missed some hat mustaches. Faith, thank you for the hat mustaches. We're trying to hit our goal. We just have our goal on TikTok left, y'all. So thank you. And then we're gonna do some custom karaoke if we slay that goal up. Oh, okay. I do have some minis here. Thank you, Irv. Have a good night.
Come down here. I have chug splashes.
Oh, okay. There's that for you. If you want to use that first. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
As I almost whacked you with my pickaxe.
I actually think I might like the shotgun, y'all. I don't hate it. JJ, thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it. Is that you firing? Oh. But I heard gunfire. Hi, Shane. How are you? You don't like how long it is? Well, honey.
Storm is coming.
Yeah, I'm moving in.
Oh, I missed.
Bye, Mitch. See you later. Have a good day. Are you? I do have a. Here. If you make it out alive. Maybe you won't. I'm doing good, Shane.
Coming slowly but surely.
Wait, with me on there, JJ? You turn me down just a little bit more. I'm so sorry. I can hear my echo pretty loud. I'm a loud bee. I'm doing good though, Shane. It's good to see you. I know. I'm talking for it. Oh, gotcha. I'm going in here real quick, see if there's anything. And Betty's welcome in. You're echoing a little. I know, guys. I can't fit. We're in a. I might. Could you just mute yourself, Kenzie? I'm sorry. The echo is like really, really bad. If you're okay with that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. Oh, thanks, Kiva. Need to be freed. Who knows? But guys, we do have our sub goal on. Not our sub goal. Sorry, we have our goal on TikTok. We're almost there with it, y'all. So thank you. We're very close, and then we have all of our goals done for the day. You guys ate down. I don't know what we're currently at. I need more ammo. I'm good, Kiva. How are you? Hi, Carissa. It was not that bad. Okay, good, Ava. Ooh, we got somebody here. Missed my shot. Cracked him. Oh, I'm dead. They were way. I got jumped. I did get all done. Yeah, I did get all done. HP, thank you for the mustache. I appreciate it. I thought it was just a 1v1. Thank you for playing, Kenzie. Hey, we came 15th, not bad. Now, JJ, you're gonna be. Kenzie, can you hear me still? I'm trying to say thank you again. Thank you again, GG. You were slay, Kenzie. IW, how are you? All right, baddies. I'm gonna do one more round, and then we're gonna do our. No, Aaron, we haven't done it yet. We're gonna do our custom here in a second. I'm gonna do one more regular round. But I want to see if we can finish out our goals for the day, and then we'll do our custom round, okay? So get yourselves ready if you need to know. Okay, sorry guys, I just had a message real quick. Yeah, I had a message. Chris, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. So yeah, get yourselves ready. Was it no. It was an email I had to respond to. Hi, Jen. Yes, Lucy. I think we do hit the goals today. Yeah. Chris, thank you for the zesty mints. Her season it's seasoning. She's seasoning. So Aaron, when we start the custom, I'll let you know how. It's super easy. It's super easy. I do not appreciate being. Oh, it's the same person from earlier. Just making a new account. The old person. Might as well can ban that person. Behind the motion. Mom, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. No. Our goal is this goal, Green Gritty. This goal here. Actually, it was interesting. Wait, which one? Oh, this season. I don't mind it. I don't mind it too much. I'm in the UK, so it's bedtime. Ooh. Okay, bedtime. The pit because of you, and I loved it. I'm glad you liked it,
Please
Ellie.
welcome the wickedly talented
Hannah, thank you for the
one and
corgi.
only Adele Dazeem.
Adele Dazeem. The wickedly talented one and only Adele Dazeem. Okay, wait, I need to drop these here. Meow, meow, meow. They are obsessed with me. They are obsessed with me. All because of my heated rivalry hot take. Dula Peep. And Yari, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. We're students based on Stranger Things. Wait, I love that. That sounds so cool, actually. Do you watch 90 Day Fiance? Fiance? Do you watch 90 Day Fiance? I don't. I am, Cameron. I am having a good day. I'm a little tired all of a sudden. I got hit with like a wave of tired. Okay, Midwest. I know, I went like a little... I know, right? It's kind of crazy. Shane, thank you for the capybara. Hi, Vesla. Do you want the house tour? Is this a bot in here? Yeah. Temptation Island. That's crazy. The craziest show that I've ever seen that is... Hold on. I was gonna say, if he killed me, I would have been done with the game. I would have stopped. I would have not played for the rest of the day. I would have said, we're done. I would have literally, I would have been like, guys, thank you for joining the live. We're done for the day. Like, I'm not even kidding you. I would have said, thank you so much. We're done. I'm not even kidding you. I would have been like, you know what? Thanks so much for playing. I'm done. Hello, hello. Oh my God. I was like actually nervous he was gonna kill me. The house tour. Okay. Let me lock in now, y'all. We'll go that. All right, T. I was ready to play. Good, I'm glad. And Shady with the dolphin. We're gonna have a rivalry in progress. Yeah. You want a Team Ice King? On God. Even the paparazzi Team Ice King. Girl! Oh my God, she was 30 health too. Yeah, that shotty's great till you're in 1v1ing, I guess. You got the house tour. Sorry, 1 second, guys. I did get another message I have to respond to. Sorry, guys. I need 2 seconds. mind. Never mind. Okay. All right. So I know. Possibly for the 4th of May, since it's the May 4th. Wait, I missed it. Is it coming back? Wait, what's coming back? No, you don't have to mute them. Oh, so you're okay. You don't have to mute them. They're being fun. They're just being funny. They're being funny. They're being sweet. They're being sweet. I don't mind the third. Hannah, thank you for the tiny Star Wars. Oh, I have no idea. Okay, guys, we're gonna do the custom, by the way. We're gonna do the custom. All right, let's do the custom, shall we? Let's do the custom. So the way that the custom works, y'all, you need to be on. Okay, sorry, I was not locked in there. I got a message that like threw me off for the full day, so I need to lock back in. Anyways, so for the custom, y'all, here's what we got to do. Jacob, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Here's what we got to do for the custom. Okay, if you would like to do the custom baddies, here's how it works. You need to be on 0 build, NA East. Okay, NA East. All right, and you need to be on solos. Okay. Then what you're going to do is you're going to go down here and you're going to type this custom key in. I'm doing the key right now. It is good. Wait, I need to make sure I'm not on caps. Hold on. I'm not. Okay. Good 1 2 3 4. Good 1 2 3 4 is the code. Okay. And then you hit play. And let me know if it cues you in, y'all. Hopefully it works. We'll see. We are doing 1 round as of right now. We're doing 1 round as of right now. Let me know if you do not get in though, because okay, we have 5 players queued in. Yay! Okay, so it is working. Slay. Good 1 2 3 4. It's been good, Josh. I'm in slay. Yes, we got 9 folks in. It's working. Oh yeah, I'm so glad. You are, Jaleese. Yes. Yes, we in this. I love it, Faith. All right, guys, we are hosting one game, and then unfortunately, I have to wrap up my stream because one of you fuckers decided that because of my heated rivalry post, you wanted to send me an email of my address with a picture of my fucking apartment because you guys are literally fucking insane. So I don't even want to play this custom, but we're doing it because I need to do it because I promised you guys we'd do it. So, and then we're ending the stream. Start the match, everybody. That was the email I got if you were curious. These people are fucking nuts. Are we for real? No. I mean, yeah, sorry, yes. People are literally crazy. I just have no patience for it anymore. I'm so sorry. It's fine. Like literally insane. Could you be patient? No, I don't want to end on a bad note. I don't want to end on a bad note. So we're just going to keep going. It's going to be all right. But it's just like, at this point, it's wild. That's okay. Blame me later. It's all right. Send me the email. I can find them. Don't worry about it. I already sent it to the police. That's what I was doing. I already sent it to the police. I've already done what I need to do. Oh, I've already sent it to the police, guys. Don't worry.
I want to thank
already have precautions
all the evil
set in
gays.
place.
You know, I just really.
Thank you, Jessica, for that. Sam business, yeah. No, it's fine. It's literally fine. Literally fine. Blame me later. Thank you for the sub in tier 1. Yeah, sorry guys. I said I just want to play one and just call it a day. Oh, sorry for those who didn't get to join in. I appreciate. We'll do another one for sure. Wait, so what happened? Oh, somebody got mad at my heated rivalry post because they can't accept the fact that a gay man has an opinion on it, and so they sent me my address and was like, as a gay man, you should be more careful where you put your address if you're that worried about gay. I can't remember what they said. I was so angry at the email that I just sent it to the police. But this is not the first time it's happened. It's not the last time it'll happen. So I'm not too worried about it. I'm not too worried about it. It happened when the Swifties came into my chat and were mad at me because I said I didn't like Taylor Swift. It happened to me when I didn't want to play The Sims anymore. So it's pretty normal that my apartment gets tracked. It just always throws me through a loop a little bit. More than usual. More than usual. It always just throws me through the loop a little bit more. Ryan, thank you for the hand heart. Yeah, people just take things too far. They were taking too far. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Oh my God, it's so fine. Honestly, I'm not worried about my address. It's not. It's. Trust me, I'm protected. Don't worry. That nothing will happen to me. Nothing will happen to me. But what I do want to do, guys, is I want to stop talking about it because the more attention I give it, the more it will continue to be a problem, if that makes sense. So I want to let's move on from it and just have a good game of Fortnite. Yeah. Yeah, baddies. That's what I want to do. Oh, who got me? Sorry, Balrog, I got you. Say less, yeah. Have you played Apex? I don't like Apex. I'm not a huge first-person shooter. I'm not a first-person shooter, usually. I'm not super into first-person shooters. 3 HP in a pair, literally. Have you watched the new season of Beef? I've never watched the first season. Stacey, the Rick was a super fan. Do you like Zara? I do. I really hope she does become one of the, what is it? I thought she was going to be the next music festival, but she wasn't. I was shocked it was Lovey. This guy was mad. Yeah. Her name was so good. Yeah. Hi, Kovia. How are you? Wait, did she have controversy? I mean, I know her picture was added to the game. So I assumed something of hers is coming to Fortnite. Something of hers is coming to Fortnite at some point. Hi, Mia Moore. How are you? Welcome back. Oh, really? Wait, that's crazy. For Let's Lose Well, because most of our songs for the summer, that makes sense. Mariah, thank you for the mustache, guys. Thank you. Guys, we're doing a custom match right now. We're doing a custom match right now with the community. Sorry that I made it super quick. I just want to hop into it. For those who didn't join, I will try and explain the rules a little bit more, but did anybody not figure out how to join in and was like, I don't know how to do this? We could try and explain it a little bit better for next time. Me? Okay, you just have to make sure you're on NA East, and then also make sure that we're on 0 build and solos, usually. I like Slater, actually. I like Slater a lot. So know how? Yes, you have to also scroll down. Oh, hold on, I messed this up. You have to scroll down in like when you're searching for game options to find it. An abortion joke? What is it? Was it like a negative joke? I guess I don't understand. That's okay. It's honestly, sometimes it can be really confusing. I wish they made it a little easier. Like, I wish they just made like a join custom match option. I like the finale of the pit, actually. So to know where to put in the custom code. Yeah. You have to like scroll down a little bit for the custom code. There's like a button in the bottom right hand corner. Page. We'll have to check it out. I have it now though. Okay, good. Mohan, yeah, I will say, here's the thing. I think a lot of people were expecting Robbie to like not be. Oh, no, Kama's Armin was about pro abortion. Well, then why are we worried? Why is she not getting her thing? What? Oh, girl, please. Hi, Abby. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Yeah, I was the Twitter fandom around the pit has a like crazy, like they hate Robbie. I've never met a community that hates Robbie more than the Twitter pit fandom. Like it's actually crazy. It's actually crazy. They hate him so much. They hate him so much. We are Stacy. Yes, we're doing a custom. Wait, why? I don't really know why. I'm gonna be real. He is the main character of the show. Like a lot of people don't like him, but he is the main character. And like I think the whole point of him is that he was, you know, he was suffering through a lot of things, you know. Stacey, you can find anything in my bio. Hi, real LeBron James. Girl. Girl, what you doing? Did something just fall on my neck? Wait. Hello? I feel like something fell on my neck. What are you doing, girl? That's what I just started. Okay. Just ride around people. Honestly, you can make pretty good distance with it. You can make pretty good distance with it. Someone get Kim K? Yeah, right. Okay. Ooh. Who's fighting way outside the storm circle? Who's fighting way outside the storm circle? Who's that over there? Marceline, come here, baddie. Sorry, Waffle Jugs. Sorry, Waffle Jugs. I wish you the best. I wish you the best. Well, the other day, wait, really? That's crazy. And guys, thank you for the follows. We're almost to 100. We're 5 followers away from 100 followers. Paul Liskey, thank you for the follow. It is a fire username. Burley, thank you for the follow too. Sorry, Bippy Tings. I wish you the best. I wish you the best. R.I.P. R.I.P. Wait, do they have gloves? You ate that though? I know. I wonder if they have higher. Yeah, they had 20. Woo! R.I.P. me. Sorry, Mommy Evans. Tara, thank you for the go populars. I appreciate it. But you're so nonchalant wiping the map. I'm sorry. We have a bit, there's only 10 people left and we have a huge map left. So it's kind of crazy. It's gonna be, ooh. Hi, girl. Sorry, House of Tesla. I wish you the best. Guys, I'm kind of just cleaning the lobby. I'm sorry. Maybe I should slow my roll a little bit. Maybe I should slow my roll a little bit. Crown wins I don't think you get even if you're in what do you call it? In customs. Crown wins don't count in customs. Unforge. That was me. I cut you off guard. It's Loki hot, not gonna lie. I am. Oh, what you doing, Maddie? Sorry, it's too funny. It's too funny. The llama is kind of killing me, I'm not gonna lie. I'm running the rodeo. Okay, there's 6 people left. Was that you, Fox? I'm sorry, Batty. Yeah, so hopefully next time for sure. You play 20th? Noise! I need this storm to shrink a lot faster right now. Like, it's so far away. Bum, bum, bum. Hi, Laura. How are you? Where is everybody? Good, we're doing good. We're just kind of vibing. Fortnite Mama, thank you for the rose. The map is huge for 5 people left. The map is giant. The map is giant for 5 people left. They've been good, Lax. They've been all right. They've been very sweaty today. Did you get the go popular? You might live like 6 times. Oh my God, Fortnite Mama, you're so fine. You're absolutely so fine. It happens. It happens. I wish I had the other gun. No, Shadow. This one's our last one. I'm sorry, friend. Green, white, and I can paint the whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do, Realms. Whatever you'd like to do. I trust you. I'm sure it'll look fabulous. I'm excited about it. Oh, bummer. Yeah, we're just doing one right now for right now. Sorry, guys. Sorry, baddies. Sorry. Sorry, loves. Yeah. I'm gonna take fall damage from that. Stupid. Stupid. Oh. Women's Storm. Where is everyone? Oh, that was you. Was that you, Michelle? Everyone is currently in game, though, app. With me. Where's that shot coming from? Okay, eating. I'm kind of cooking a little bit. I know I'm cooking against you guys, so it doesn't really count, but I'm cooking, okay? I'm cooking with you guys. Hi, Sylvie. I do think the Iron Pump is my favorite shotgun right now, which is crazy because I used to hate it. We're on a custom right now. We're on a custom server, Carol. We're doing with other members of the community, but it's been awful today. It's been, not gonna lie, awful today. Oh my god, I can't. How did they get? Oh, dramatically, you're banned. Dramatically, you're fucking banned for using that loser ass behavior. Dramatically, you're banned. Yeah, you better believe it. Dramatically, go jump off that cliff right now. You're banned for that. I absolutely hate when they use gloves like that. When I see gloves being used like that, it drives me nuts because I can't even like look around. It's my least favorite thing. I just wanted one win today. You guys couldn't give me the win after I had the most shitty afternoon. You had to kill me. You had to kill me. Now everyone's gonna hide. That damn punching message. Thank you, Bubba J. We love dramatically though, but you guys couldn't give me that win. I'm sorry, scared me. It's okay, Miss Miss. Oh. Oh no. R.I.P. Buzz Lightyear. You could not make it out. Congratulations, Bubba. Congratulations, Batty. Congratulations. GG's. GG's, everyone. GG's. Good job, kids. Good job. Good job, kids. All right. Baddies. I'm ending here. I want to thank you so much for an actually very lovely stream today. Y'all are wonderful. Oh, it's so fine. I honestly, guys, I'm okay. Trust me. There are much worse things than I've had to deal with in my career, and this is something I'm prepared for. So it's not something that I need to worry too much about, and none of you should worry about it either. So don't worry about it. Everything is all good. But we will be live tomorrow, and tomorrow we're playing Tomodachi Life. Tomodachi Life, y'all. Very exciting. Tomodachi Life tomorrow. Don't miss it. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be a lot of fun. So make sure to join in for that. We're going to go crazy, going to go stupid, do all those good things. I want to thank you guys so much for being here, though. Thank you. What's that Pokemon? It's Pokopia, Emma. Sarah, thank you for the follow. I want to thank you guys for being you. Thank you for being fabulous. And just make sure to take care of yourselves and have a wonderful, wonderful evening. I'm going to end the TikTok live, but we're going to raid on out to somebody on Twitch. So come join us over there. All right, baddies? I love you lots. Bye, TikTok. I'll see you soon. Mwah. Bye, TikTok baddies. Bye. See you tomorrow. Love ya. Oh, I'm glad, Green Bean. That's awesome. It was a great game. We can see it's that me espresso. All right, let's rate on out, Betties. Let me see who we have that we can show some love to for the afternoon. Ooh, there's so many friends live. Gives Res Pro Vibes were immaculate. Yeah, the games were awful today. I don't think we had a single, not in like a bad way, but I don't think we had a single good game today. Like, it was fine, but girl, these games were crazy today. The games were just, did we even like get, I mean, we got top 5. I know I'm in a Sabrina mood, I guess, today. Weirdly. The games were just crazy today. Let's run it out. Let me see who we have. Let me see who we got. There's so many friends live. Let me see. Who do we have that I want to show love to for the afternoon? So I'm going through my list right now, y'all. There's so many friends. Let's go show some love. Let's go raid Lonnie. We don't get to raid Lonnie very often. Lonnie's live, guys. They're playing. She's playing. Phasmophobia. I want to go raid Lonnie because she raids me all the time. Wait, I gotta make sure I spell her name right. It's gray hair and tattoos. I never get to raid Lonnie. Let's raid Lonnie. Wait. I always spell her username wrong, so I gotta make sure I have it right. Gray hair and tattoos I also don't know how to spell tattoos. I'll be real with you guys. _ love her. Me too. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for all the love. Thank you for being you. I love you guys so much. We did have a great stream. Heated rivalry got some of the best of us, but you know what? That's okay. No wonder you don't play Wordle. Exactly. I can't spell shit. That's also part of my problem. I love you guys so much. Thank you for being fabulous. I'll talk to you tomorrow. And we'll play some Tomodachi Life and have a good day tomorrow. So we'll see you then. Happy Tuesday tomorrow. Bye, baddies. I love you. Bye. See you next time.